Okay, good morning all and welcome to the Council Liveability Standing Committee meeting for the 10th of August, and welcome to councillors, staff, members of the community joining us in the gallery as well as via live stream. I'd now like to open the meeting with the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Okay, do we have any requests for leave of absence? Councillor Jones? Okay, I'll move the Councillor Jones request for leave of absence be received. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Duff, those in favour, carried unanimously. Thank you all. Councillor Duff, would you please provide the recognition of our traditional owners? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to acknowledge country and the land where we meet this morning, the Waka land, and acknowledge the elders, both past, present and emerging. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, declarations of declarable or prescribed conflicts of interest. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Just with item 11.15, Alan Sterling Memorial Park Design of Concept Plans. As you know, I own an investment property in the gated estate at the Bunya Mountains. I do feel it is quite a distance from the park, and I don't feel I have any greater interest in the item, but I did want to raise it and would be more comfortable if I left the room and the councillors discussed the matter, decide whether I should. I would like to stay in the meeting. I think my interest is no greater than any other member of the South Burnett region, but certainly would be happy for my councillors to decide on the matter.
Councillor Shoemaker, we'll deal with that now if you'd be so kind to leave the room. Also, there's an Alan Sterling Memorial Park item at 11.15 committee, so I think, Mr CEO, we'll deal with that in relation to 11.1 and 11.15. So Councillor Shoemaker has indicated that she has an investment property at the Bunya Mountains. Alan Sterling Park is located up there in the Bunya Mountains vicinity. So do we have a motion from the floor? Councillor Potter, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move that Councillor Shoemaker be allowed to stay in the room. Don't have the actual wording here because I don't feel that she has... Here we go, thank you. Resolved that Councillor Shoemaker has a declarable conflict of interest in the matter, and notwithstanding the conflict, I do believe that Councillor Shoemaker may participate in the matter and discuss and vote upon it. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Potter. It may not necessarily be a declarable conflict of interest. Mr CEO would probably advise us that could go either way. I mean, in terms of the fact that, no greater interest perhaps than any other person that lives up there. But this day and age, with the way these things are, probably best if we get a resolution through council one way or the other. So we'll take that motion. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Duff, thank you. Anyone wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Could we bring Councillor Shoemaker back? Thanks very much, Tim. Okie dokie. No further conflict of interest matters, councillors. Councillor Shoemaker has been given leave of council to join us for 11.1 and 11.15. Thank you. Welcome back. We have at item 5.1 now, committee, a deputation from Paula Noonan and Kate Maudsley in relation to a dog park facility. That is at page 6 on the agenda. And I'd now like to welcome Kate. Thank you, Kate. If you'd like to come up, Mr CEO, we'll set up the microphone for you. So we have a process whereby you have up to 15 minutes to speak to committee.
Absolutely.
And
I won't need 15
we're
minutes.
all ears during that time. Thank you, Kate.
Can you hear me well enough? I'm actually not the spokesperson of our group, so I will be very short. Unfortunately, Paula sends her apologies. I'm just here to deliver a petition for Mergen to get a dog park. We wish to have a dog park in Mergen to build community resilience and connections between all the different age groups. We have been working towards getting a dog park for about 3 or 4 years now, and we just don't know why it hasn't happened yet. Because it's simple and an inexpensive way to give something back to the community, and we we would really appreciate that. So I will going to pass that out. Thank you very much. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, so we've now received that from Kate. Thank you, Kate. Thank you very much, Kate. You're quite welcome to stay, or if you need to leave, we fully understand that. Thank you very much. We'll take that on board. Mr. CEO, we've received a petition there. Your advice in relation to that? Thank you.
Thanks, thanks, Mr. Mayor. That will go to the ordinary meeting and be formally received by resolution and then actioned. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. So Mr. CEO has that in hand, and we'll come to the ordinary meeting for the month of August. On to now the minutes of the previous meeting at page 8, where the recommendation is that the minutes of the Liveability Standing Committee meeting held on 30th of July be received. Do we have a mover? Councillor Shoemaker, second, Councillor Henshin. Okay. Any speakers? Okay, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 7.1, notice of motion in kind support for Cumbia Hall Centenary at 26. And thank you to the staff for including that on today's committee meeting agenda. I'd now like to put forward the motion that the committee recommend to Council that South Bennett Regional Council, 1, provide in-kind support to the Cumbia Hall Committee for the centenary celebrations to be held between Saturday 3 and Sunday 4 September 2022, and 2, delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate and approve such based on available council resources. So I'll now move that. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Henshin, thank you. Just quickly to speak to that, attended the Cumbia Hall Committee's monthly meeting a couple of weeks back. They weren't aware that they could get some in-kind support from council for these sorts of activities, so I made them aware of that. They talked about the fact that they may need some support just in the provision perhaps of borrowing some of our marquees, possibly a little bit of safety bunting, some rubbish bin provision and collection. Not expecting it to be a major imposition because it's not going to necessarily be an event that has thousands of people, but hopefully a good turn-up nonetheless. So that is pretty well the scope of what they're seeking, but the intention of the motion was to allow them to negotiate with the support of council, allow them to negotiate with our CEO as to what we're able to provide reasonably within the resources that we have, and in terms of trying to meet their needs as much as we possibly can. So just to give that authority to the CEO to do that. Primarily is what this is about, so I'd recommend that to the committee. Any further speakers? Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly very excited about the centenary celebrations in Cumbia. I think this is a very simple motion. I'm absolutely behind it, support, and thank you for bringing it to the table. I think it's best, if the staff can have some conversations with the committee and make some arrangements around how we can best help them out to celebrate their centenary. Really looking forward to the event and fully supportive. Thank you for bringing it forward.
Further speakers? No? Okay, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 7.2, notice of motion, disaster resilience funding at 27. We'll go to you, Councillor Shoemaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move that South Bennett Regional Council allocate $100,000 from the Queensland Reconstruction Authority funding to the establishment of a South Bennett Growers Group to assist in identifying projects that support recovery in the region while encouraging information sharing and collaborating across the agricultural sector. The group would develop a charter and use these funds to undertake research and explore potential new crop opportunities, to understand domestic and international market potential of new and existing crops, and prepare for changing climate. This allocation would be considered seed funding, and the use of this funding would be at the discretion of the grower group members, provided it aligned with QRA funding criteria and metrics. I'd like to move that South Bennett Regional Council coordinate a series of local stakeholder meetings whereby growers are invited to the table to participate, to explore the concept and develop a structure that works for them. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to seek a seconder.
Okay, we have that moved. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Potter, thank you. Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to present the report that I've prepared. Certainly, agricultural production is an important contributor to the South Bennett economy, and it was actually Stuart Nicholson that said to me last week, you give a man a fish and you feed him for a day, but you teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. And I guess that's what's been in my mind when I've framed up this proposal. In 21-22, agriculture attributed $365.7 million to the South Burnett economy. This was an increase from $360.3 million in the 15-16 year. The vision for the South Burnett Growers Group is to ensure growers have an opportunity to meet, discuss and consider how they may adapt and thrive in a changing climate and diversify their operations to harness new market opportunities into the future. We've certainly seen this deliver outcomes for areas like Bundaberg. The purpose of this motion is to empower local growers to come together and consider the future of agriculture in the South Burnett by understanding climate change, investigating soil health and opportunities for carbon farming, considering crop production, dryland and irrigated and future crop production, current and future crop production, considering the introduction of horticultural crops, exploring regionally suitable crops, including fruit and vegetables, considering value-adding or circular economy opportunities, or identifying and targeting domestic and international markets. And all of those things are just some ideas that I've certainly had and discussed with different growers and agronomists across the region. I guess what I would like to see is us set the table, lay the table, so that the growers of the region can come and speak to us about what kind of recovery they would really like to see the South Burnett lead. We received $1 million from the Queensland Reconstruction Authority to deliver activities and projects that address emergency relief and the recovery needs of the community following the recent unprecedented rainfall events. It is understood from the conversations I've certainly had with local agronomists that about 50% of our growers in the region have experienced crop losses and some failed crops due to the continued wet weather. In conversation with local growers, it's understood that they would like to come together collectively to work through some of the challenges faced and lead the desired response. While government support measures have provided some short-term financial relief for those immediately impacted, many growers concerned that these outcomes are short-lived and more concentrated work and effort is needed to empower local growers to co-design the future they desire. As our farming community is susceptible to climate change factors into the future, the purpose of this seed funding would be used to bolster the resilience of the agricultural economy, to encourage social connectedness and enable them to establish a shared vision and back this with projects that help deliver this. By providing the seed funding to establish and progress the activities of a grower-led group in the South Burnett, Council would be creating a platform for learning and enabling the group collectively to explore and understand how they may prepare and respond to disasters such as flood, fire and drought into the future. This is particularly as important as it's expected the frequency of heavy rainfall events and long periods of drought are likely to increase in severity into the future. Certainly I've detailed some more information there. However, I'm really passionate about the fact that our history pages show groups like PCA and BGA were established by just this, a group of growers who got together. I think our agricultural community needs some help in terms of setting that table and encouraging everybody to come along and participate in the recovery that they would like to see. And I'm really excited about the opportunity to potentially work with the people who have been impacted, and rather than set a framework around what we think they need, actually allow them to contribute to that. So this is an idea, a concept. I've discussed it with a number of growers and agronomists in the region. They think it's a good place to start. The $100,000, you know, I'm thinking we need to give it something meaty so that they can do some proper research or work with organisations like TISB, or actually run field trips or tours, or explore export opportunities at Wellcamp. There are so many things there that I think local growers could really take advantage of if they were given some opportunity, some resources to do so. So I certainly commend the motion to the Chamber. Thank Councillor Potter for the opportunity to discuss it.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, General Manager O'May, we'll just go to Councillor Potter first, but we'll come back to your question on notice to provide to Council probably some understanding around the funding that's available, the guidelines in relation to that, any commitments so far to that $1 million. So if you could just maybe turn your mind to that. But in the meantime, Councillor Potter, thank you.
That was my question, Mr
Oh,
Mayor.
very good. Well, we're on the same page. Excellent. Well, we're with you, General Manager O'May. Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, so as Councillor Shoemaker indicated, we have received the $1 million or been offered that $1 million. So we were meant to bring back a list of potential projects to actually today's meeting, to the standing committee, but we've actually, the disaster resilience officer has just been appointed and commenced work today. So we actually aren't in a position to bring that list of projects. So that was a request from council that we actually bring a list of projects together, bring back to council for consideration. So I definitely think we could include, earmark this as part of that list. The discussion was around doing to start with doing a community needs analysis, doing some survey of different areas, so we could actually target the funding to the community, to the needs. I know the Disaster Resilience Office has been talking to QRA and keen to go down and sit with them and work through a list of potential projects. So certainly this one we could scope up and compare it against the guidelines. Just need to be a bit careful around, say, seed funding. We might just need to be, I'm not sure whether seed funding would fit under it. It'd be just how we'd word things. We'd need to have actual tangible projects with, because they will be requesting a project plan with guidelines and key deliverables. So yeah, certainly happy to work and deliver it up as probably as part of a bigger package. So we could allocate across the whole, like the $1 million. We do have until March 2023 for the final list of final projects list. The delivery is by June 2024 for the delivery of all the projects. So there is some time, but in saying that, 18 months goes in the blink of an eye these days. So, but yeah, happy to sort of probably scope it up, have that back and forth with QRA about how they see it would fit amongst the guidelines, and come back with a list of other projects. But it does feel like it would fit in within this resilience funding.
General Manager, Disaster Resilience officers recently been appointed. Your objective is to bring back a list of potential projects. What sort of time frame would you see as appropriate to bring that list back to a committee meeting in terms of the number of months that would take? Thank you.
Yeah, we probably so to actually get the finalised, if we're going to do workshop, stakeholder engagement, community surveys, community needs analysis, and that will take a little bit longer. I suppose we were looking initially at first if we've even workshop with council or got some higher level buckets, for want of a better word. So if there was 100,000 earmarked for this, we were looking at some capital expenditure around flood warning signs. Then there is just the community wellbeing components of it. So I suppose in the next 4 weeks, say at the next standing committee, we could bring back those sort of categories where we were thinking of targeting, and then narrow down projects as we've done, like get a bit more specific with the breakup within those fundings. But yeah, that will take a little bit longer if we are seeking community feedback and doing that community needs analysis stuff. So that would probably be the following standing committee after that.
Thank you, General Manager. We'll stay with Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I have a feeling that the resilience officer will have a lot on their plate at the moment, and they will be hitting the ground running. So I'm just wondering whether this is something whether we do this ourselves, whether the resilience officer can do this, or whether this is something we work with by EDO. And the other thing I'd like to put in this as well, maybe not in this, but it could be noted that we really need those 10 minutes with the masters, because I think they're really important for the community members, because even if they... Because, I mean, at some of them, as Councillor Duff knows, we had quite a few of them that, the $1,000 that some of them were able to get from certain different entities was actually a lifesaver, and they don't know what they don't know. So we need to actually be out there and telling them what's out there, what's available. So I think those 10 minutes with the masters are probably one of the other important things we need to actually do as well. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Councillor Erkins.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I also think that, as General Manager O'May mentioned, flood signage is something, and having had somebody lose their life in Nanango through the fact that they weren't aware that water was up at night time, it's hard to see that automatic signage. And I know also one of the things that you found when you were driving around, that a lot of people knock those signs that are manually put up. The guys can't get out and get them up quick enough. So I think signage is also something that's extremely important. And, you know, I think there's a number of things that need to be probably considered before we make any decision on any one project. I'd like to.
Okay. Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. We've had this discussion through the rural sector, certainly over our time as councillors in the past 2 years, and with your dot points there, I think there's many that can be added to that, and that's just a great starting point, because in the agricultural sector today, things are changing virtually every 12 months, whether that be with climate and the weather, or whether it be with the availability of seed and fertiliser, the costings, how that's implemented, the machinery factor today, with savings on zero till, minimum till, and the list goes on and on and on. So that's a great starting point, and as Councillor Erkins has alluded to, in disaster resilience, yeah, signage, I think, and I've made mention before in this chamber, signage is extremely important. That goes back to signage with our foot and mouth, trying to educate people, trying to say people don't read them, but if they're not there, they won't see them, or they won't read them. So, yeah, thank you, Councillor Shoemaker, for bringing this forward. There's a lot of work to do in this space, and there's plenty of entities that couldn't be involved, but the bottom line comes back to the producers and the people of our community that want to get involved in it. So, thank you, Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Councillor Henson. Okay, I've listened to councils. Look, in terms of the fact that we've had a disaster resilience officer recently appointed, only just take up duty now, we have until June 24 to deliver these projects. And we have until March 23, which is 7 months, to give the list, I believe, General Manager O'May, to the funding body. In light of that, and the fact that there's going to be a number of projects to come forward, what I'd like to see us do is take some time here to give the staff the opportunity to be able to come forward with a comprehensive list of proposals that we can see, we can give due consideration to. In light of the demands that you talk about, Councillor Potter, for those officers, I'm wondering whether we should actually give them a reasonable time frame. So in light of that, I'd like to move that this matter lay on the table and be brought back to the committee at the November Standing Committee meeting. Do we have a seconder? Okay, Councillor Erkins, thank you. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Okay, Councillor Erkins, Duff, Potter and Otto. Motion's been carried. So this matter will lay on the table now until the November Standing Committee meeting. Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker, for bringing such forward. 7.3, Notice of Motion, School-Based COVID Vaccination Program. That's at page 30. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This is, was a suggestion put forward by the Dr Graham McAllister, actually. Do you want me to read the motion first?
Yes, please.
That council approach Darling Downs Health as to the possibility of offering school-based Moderna vaccinations within schools across the South Burnett.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Erkins, you may now speak. Thank you, Councillor Duff.
Yes, so Dr McAllister has advised that this would be a worthwhile program similar to those immunisation programs run previously by council. The current process for vaccinating children is challenging for local GPs, resulting in greater numbers of infection from the school environment to the home environment. So just to hopefully get some conversation around this and some support. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, this is actually a conversation for Education Queensland, and I just don't feel that we have the that we should be working in this space. Because of Education Queensland policies, every vaccination that a child has through Education Queensland needs a parental consent if they're under 18, and that's just a policy of Education Queensland. So I just, if the child goes to visit their own local doctor, it can be a different story depending on the circumstances, but I just feel that this is probably something that we should not be working in because it's Education Queensland and it's Queensland Health, and I will be voting against this for that reason.
Further speakers? Councillor Erkins.
Thank you. Mr Mayor, I know that everyone knows how difficult it is to get into a doctor. People were saying at the meeting we went to yesterday, you're having to make an appointment 5 weeks in, have your appointment and then make your next appointment for 5 weeks in advance. I also believe that children can make an informed decision if they are judged to be competent to make that decision. They are able to make their own decision on injections. And I just believe that it's very, very important for everyone to be vaccinated and for people not to be able to get into a GP to have it done. If we're able to have it done through the school, they would be sending out, getting permission from parents anyway before they did it. So I don't think it's actually the school that are giving them. It's going to be the Department of Health that will be organising the injections. It's coming from Dr. McAllister, who is recommending we do it. So I'm fully in support of getting the community vaccinated fully and as quickly and as easily as possible. So I would have to support the motion.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a couple of questions through you. I've done some research online just in relation to the Queensland Schools vaccination program that the state government provides. And I just wanted to understand, so at the moment they've got a program for years 7 and 10 children. I just wanted to understand through General Manager O'May, do we still support school immunisation projects, like programs? I remember many years ago when the vaccines would come in and we'd deliver them, but I'm not across it anymore. Do we still do that? Or
Thank you, General Manager.
Yeah, through the chair, no, council doesn't run any of the programs anymore. Used to do extensive school vaccinations, but yeah, we haven't been involved for a number of years now. And I suppose that was I wasn't sure whether the motion was council to run the programs, or was it just lobbying that they occur through Queensland Health?
You just want to clarify for council, the motion is the council approach Darling Downs Health as to the possibility of offering school-based. Are you indicating is the intent that we would then step out of it, Councillor Duff, and to answer General Manager's question, that we would then step aside and leave it with Darling Downs Health to negotiate with the Education Department? We would play no further role.
Well, the intent is to advocate, and in the corporate plan it's to advocate and support specialist health services needs. So obviously Dr. McAllister has identified a need, so it's just to approach Darling Downs Health to the possibility of offering school-based Moderna vaccination within the school. So it's not actually council doing it, it's council advocating for it.
Thank you. Yeah, back to Councillor Shoemaker. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I certainly understand that. However, I do think this is way beyond the remit of our local government. I do think the state government has had an extensive vaccination program, and I'm not sure the value of us really talking to Darling Downs Health Board in relation to offering, particularly even just the Moderna vaccination. There's a number of different vaccinations. There's a lot of research that I feel state government would have that certainly, and information that state government would have that I'm not privy to. And I'm sure they have their reasons for not already combining the vaccinations in the Queensland Schools vaccination program. I guess I just feel for our council we've got bigger priorities to focus on, and I see this would bring little value. By all means, I'm happy for anyone to present their views to Darling Downs Health. Whether they're actually acted on is another matter, and I certainly know there's great contention in the community and across this great state and this great country in relation to vaccinations, and to be honest, I just think it's best our council focuses on local government matters, and so I won't be supporting this motion.
Councillor Hitchin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Potter, Councillor Shoemaker, and Councillor Duff. My fear is, people have their own choice to do this. You can go to a pharmacy and get vaccination rather than a doctor, as I did myself. I am pro-choice, of course, and people's decisions. We saw the division this created previously, and that's not something I want to see again. I think the students, the kids and their parents, it's their decision, and they can take that up with Queensland Health. It's not something we should be dabbling in here, as much as the motion is just a possibility of offering. I think there's plenty out there that's been proven before, that you can go to your pharmacy and get an injection so long as you ring them and book in. So yeah, I'm not comfortable with, nor will I be supporting this motion. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Okay, I think everyone's had a chance to speak. We'll come back to you for right of reply shortly, Councillor Duff. I'll just add my observations. Look, I think in terms of council delving in this, we do delve in a number of health issues, whether it be mental health and advocating for mental health support, whether it be representation on the various committees with Darling Downs Health or the PHN for the needs of our region into health. You know, we certainly do have in our corporate plan health services and needs of our residents as identified there as part of our strategic priorities. We have Councillor Potter being potentially nominated to be a portfolio holder for health. And we are we are certainly seen as representing the region in terms of advocating to government for services that the region asks for. My understanding from talking with Dr McAllister is that Moderna, in his professional view, is the most appropriate one to be administered on the basis of not necessarily its efficacy or its efficiency for that matter, but because of the fact that the actual process of putting together the vaccine, other vaccines require that they need to be manually constituted, whereas this vaccine can be delivered directly from the source. So the practicalities in his view of delivering other types of vaccines make it very difficult to do them in large numbers, particularly in a school-based setting. I think it's a matter for Darling Downs Health and the Education Department, but I don't see any harm in council at least approaching Darling Downs Health and putting the concept forward. I'm not sure if other councils are doing it, but I can't see that it's going to hurt to do it. I was very pleased to see David Crisafulli, the LNP leader for Queensland, stand up and say that they are absolutely 100% pro-vaccination for COVID yesterday in supporting the Palaszczuk government. I think that was really great to see that we've got both sides of government supporting vaccination. I was watching an article where recently on telly where the chief health officer, the acting chief health officer, spoke about the fact that we're having a wave now that's sort of petering off, but they're expecting another wave potentially. Their modelling indicates another wave of COVID pre-Christmas, perhaps in December, I think, perhaps some stage in December. So if that's the case, I know Dr McAllister is concerned that children, that he's vaccinating the older children, he's vaccinating the parents, but that the young kids are still spreading the virus, and that they're not getting in and being vaccinated at the rates that he would like to see as the sole practitioner in his community. So I know he's very concerned about the spread of the virus as waves continue to come through, and he does feel that that school infection, the school spread of the virus is a risk to community and to the health of all residents. So you know, I'm going to support this because I think I think Dr McAllister would have thought this through carefully, and I think he's certainly a very reputable practitioner with a lot of experience, not just in health services, but he's also been on a number of boards. He's been an educator at USQ. He's been an educator at the University of Queensland. I think he's on the GP training board for Queensland. So he's certainly well experienced in the administration of health services as well as the delivery. So I'd certainly be guided by his advice. I'm going to certainly support it on that basis. Councillor Duff, we'll go to you to wrap up, and then we'll go to the vote. Thank you.
Point of order, Mr Mayor, do we not get a second opportunity to discuss matters?
Not unless you stand aside your standing orders, no. You get 1 5-minute session to speak each, and then we go to right of reply to the vote. That's the standing orders, and that's what, as the chair, I have the right to enforce those standing orders and the responsibility to do so. So that will be my ruling on the conduct of meetings.
I just feel it stifles debate if you're not able to actually
Well,
come back.
Certainly, councillor, should you wish to change the standing orders, you're quite welcome to put forward a recommendation at a future meeting that we amend our policy in relation to the conduct of council meetings. But standing committee meetings, for those that are in the meeting today, are covered by our policy. It does say that the chair may give you an extra 3 minutes to speak while you are speaking at the chair's discretion. But no, we have had feedback from our community, quite frankly, that these meetings go far too long, that we need to, and certainly in the charter of the Local Government Act and regulations, and in the charter of the pursuit of our policy is about making sure that, yes, we have debate, but we have to also make sure that that's done efficiently, because these meetings need to be run in appropriate timeframes and done efficiently, hence the policy. But you're certainly welcome to seek changes to that policy if you'd like to see that. So you can bring a change forward, but that will be my ruling in relation to today's meeting.
Yes, no, I was of the view in the standing orders that we had one opportunity to ask questions and speak, and in total you had a 7-minute allocation.
No, that's
to
incorrect.
speak.
That's incorrect. No, you have 5 minutes to speak, and the chair has complete discretion as to whether you get any further time opportunity to speak.
So we'll only today get one opportunity to make a comment, and then if we discuss the matter and in this instance, like I was actually contemplating changing my mind, we don't actually have an opportunity to ask a question again.
Not without standing aside the
orders.
policy.
All right, okay. Thank you for the clarity.
That's fine. Thank you. Okay, we'll go, Councillor Duff, right of reply. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I can't see an issue with us advocating. I think that is our role. It's in our corporate plan to advocate and support the specialist health services needs of our residents. Well, Dr McAllister is an incredibly reputable doctor. He has, as the Mayor articulated, a wealth of experience. He's identified an issue. To have the conversation with Darling Downs Health, we worked very, very closely with Mike Horan and Darling Downs Health through that whole COVID when we were trying to get Cherbourg Aboriginal Council help to support them through getting all of those outcomes we did across the region to get as many people vaccinated as quickly as possible. And now this is another opportunity. He's identified that there's an issue, so I can't see why it is a problem for us to have, on his behalf, to advocate and have a conversation with the Darling Downs Health Board around, it'd be a conversation with Mike Horan to suggest this on his behalf, and I just think it would be a poor outcome if we voted against that and didn't at least hear the voice of a major health provider in our region to just simply advocate. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Councillor Shoemaker, Erkins, Duff and Otto. Those against? Councillors Potter and Henson. Motion has been carried. Thank you. 7.4, notice of motion, social housing in Highsville at 31. We'll go to you, Councillor Duff. Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Erkins, thank you. You speak to your motion. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. There are families within Highsville currently living in temporary camping style arrangements that are less than desirable, and I just think this is an opportunity, as we have done in Kingaroy, to offer land and then approach social housing to see if we can get good outcomes for that community of Highsville. I'd hate to see us sell that block of land to someone else to come in and potentially build something else there where we've already got people that are in very, very challenging situations, including living in gullies. So I just think this is our opportunity to try and get some solutions and outcomes for that village of Highsville. Thank you.
General Manager May, if I could ask on behalf of the committee, if the committee recommends this to council, are we actually sort of intervening or disrupting any processes that are currently in place that may raise concern for you? Thank you.
Oh no, yeah, it's through the chair. So 9 Bar Street, Highsville, we did offer that by open tender. We hadn't received any tender, so it is currently listed on the open market with the real estate. So we'd be seeking to get, and there is a report later in the meeting about if we could get the unimproved capital value, if we could get an offer on it, then we would be looking at entering into a contract. So I think the motion is to withdraw it from sale. I would like to we would need to talk with the regional housing providers, because the funding bucket that we went through with the original Kingaroy ones, there was expression of interest which were due earlier in the year, which is currently closed. So I'm not sure whether that is currently is available. The other concern with the Highsville one would be the value proposition that it offers. Part of the statewide program, the housing providers, the donation of the land, say from council, is set against the project. So the more valuable the land, the higher the value for the state, because they're not chipping in as much of the project, or our contribution is offset. So yeah, we'd certainly like to probably do a little bit of homework on this one, and just see whether it is actually eligible for some funding there, because basically it is with the process is we would provide the land as a contribution to the overall project. The regional housing provider would design and deliver we would transfer the land to them. They would design, deliver the social housing and manage it from then. I'm not sure whether they do have a wait list for Hivesville or not. So yeah, it's just something I'm not completely over at the moment. We just need to do a bit more research, but it doesn't necessarily present. All it would do is, if we take it, we'd be taking it off the market in the interim.
Thank you, Gentleman Germain. Councillor Potter.
Yep, thank you. Councillor Duff, you've got in there sought by interested parties to construct affordable housing. I just feel that wording could be a little bit misconstrued, because that to me means that, if I had the money, I could come in and build housing to rent out. So I just don't want it, with the wording in this motion, I don't want it to be able to go to any person. It really needs to go for a not-for-profit or regional housing, or one of the housing builders. So, and on that one, but apart from that, with what Peter O'May has said, I'm just wondering whether this is something we should lay on the table until we've got more information. So, through you, Mr Mayor, I'll take it on advice. Thank you.
Do you want to add anything further, GMOA? We'll come back to Councillor Potter.
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, certainly, we could certainly do some research between now and the council meeting in 2 weeks' time. It's just, yeah, so I could certainly follow up some of those questions and have a bit more detail to present to council at the next council meeting.
Okay, thank you. We'll stay with you, Councillor Potter. In terms of your thoughts around laying it on the table, or how would you like to proceed? Thank you.
Sorry, I just want to say I am happy to change it to not-for-profit if that,
Okay,
because I agree with you.
We'll stay with Councillor Potter then, if that's the case. Yep.
So I'm just thinking that if we get some more information from Peter to see and he'll probably give us the specific wording, I think, for the next council meeting is it in 2 weeks' time? Not. Yeah, okay. So I'm okay with that. If Councillor Duff is okay with that, I'm quite happy to lay this one on the table and get some more specific wording for council meeting in 2 weeks' time.
Would you like to move a motion to that effect, that lay on the table?
Are you okay with that?
I'm just concerned that there's been offers, and then if we lay it on the table, do we just do that just to start? Do you know that then we don't make any decision until that's all good? Okay, thank you.
Yeah. I'll go to Mr CEO with this shortly, but either way, I guess what we're saying is whether it would come to the ordinary meeting of council in 2 weeks' time, whether it lay on the table or whether it goes up as a recommendation, it would still have to go to the ordinary meeting either way. So are you happy for this motion to go ahead and then have it brought to the ordinary meeting following this?
With further information, that would be great. Yeah, and maybe the motion may have to be tweaked
okay.
to suit. Thank you.
Councillor Duff, if we were to change it from interested not-for-profit organisations, as Councillor, are you comfortable with that?
Yeah, absolutely, yes,
okay.
Mr Mayor.
Councillor Erkins as the seconder, are you comfortable with that?
Can I just ask a question?
Yes, you may.
Are we positive that block will be taken off the market until our next meeting? We don't want it sold in the meantime.
Let's go back to GMOA on this, and then we'll come back to the floor. GMOA, thank you.
Through you, Mr Mayor. So the offer would probably come back to council. We have got a report later in the meeting about giving the delegation to the CEO to accept an offer. So we can certainly, there's no reason we couldn't basically have it off the market for those 2 weeks, or it would need to come back for a council decision either way. So, we certainly wouldn't want to sell it out from underneath it if this was the intention of council.
So, Councillor Potter's had the floor. She's proposed that we change that to interested not-for-profit organisations. Just want to confirm with the mover or seconder. Is there any objection to that? No objection?
No, Mr Mayor.
No objection. Okay, so we have that now as the motion for committee to consider. Further speakers in relation to that? Councillor Hensham.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you, I'm just a little bemused that we withdraw it from sale when everybody has had an opportunity to purchase it in any shape or form. Can I ask the question, how long has it been up for sale? General Manager, mate?
Thank you, GMMA.
Yeah, through the chair. Yeah, so I think the tenders had closed in June, so it and we didn't receive any offers there. So it's been just, I suppose, recently in the last month, but been put up for with the agent. So yeah, it hasn't been an extensive period of time, but we did have the tender prior to that where we didn't receive offers. So yeah.
And may I ask the question, in the event of this and we get no interest again, do we put it back for sale?
Yeah, so it's council's land, so we would certainly be able to list it on the open market if you took it off the market for 3 or 4 weeks and didn't want to proceed with this alternative option, then there's no reason council couldn't put it back on the market.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, General Manager. Mate, I'm not very comfortable with this when you're trying to build some affordable for a family in Highsville when we've had conversations in relation to Highsville on many different levels. So I'm very not comfortable with this at all.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Certainly very passionate about creating more bricks and mortar in our region, and can see where this, I know we've had discussions about this very opportunity. My challenge, certainly in the discussions I've had with the regional housing provider, as General Manager O'Meara said, it's the value proposition. So at the moment, the waiting list actually sits with the Kingaroy remit because it is the central regional hub for the South Burnett, and that's why there isn't a specific waiting list. That's my understanding, anyhow, for an area like Highsville or a specific town or village in our region. I know when we were looking at land for other social housing projects, the availability of transport and services to a community was really important, and that a housing provider like Regional Housing actually looks at those things before they actually invest in a project or scope up a project. And that's why I had actually asked them about this lot in Highsville, and they were sort of unlikely to progress with something like that at this point in time because it doesn't have connection to public transport or services within walking distance, and that's why an area like Kingaroy was selected first. The vision always was that we would start with Kingaroy and then spread out to our other major towns like Nanango and Mergen and then keep going. I do see your point that this land is available and we have put it up for sale. I'm sort of a little torn because I think in some ways if we could sell it to somebody, it's an affordable piece of land, and perhaps it's a family that could build a home that maybe would not be able to build a home elsewhere because of the challenges with land values. I would like to see more information come back, and that's why I would like to propose a procedural motion that we lay this matter on the table until the general meeting when more information can be provided. Certainly my understanding around regional housing can be clarified for the chamber. And I'm very mindful that there is a report in 13.4 of this agenda in relation to this block of land that I do think council should have a look at.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Do we have a seconder for the procedural motion? Yes, Councillor Potter, thank you. Okay, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Okay, Councillor Shoemaker, Councillor Potter, Councillor Hensham, and Councillor Erkins in favour. Okay, those against? Councillor Duff and Councillor Otto. The procedural motion has been carried. The matter will now lay on the table until the ordinary meeting of council at the end of August, in August, sorry. Okay, thank you all. Okay, let's now go on to 8.1, and I would like to welcome Councillor Potter to present her Community, Arts, Heritage, Sport and Recreation Portfolio Report, which is at page 32. Thank you, Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So it must be known that round 1 of the Council's Community Grants program is now open and will be closing on the 31st of August 2022. It's open for the following categories: community sponsorship, school student awards, community hall insurance and the Regional Arts Development Fund. Council encourages any not-for-profit organisations wishing to apply to contact Council's Community Grants Officer. With the Regional Arts Development Fund, it can be a private entity as well. They just need to fill out some extra information for that one, but please contact Council for that information. Expressions of interest for the localised mental health initiatives. Are you a not-for-profit organisation planning to hold an event where community members can come together to socialise and connect with others, or a not-for-profit organisation interested in delivering an event to assist with raising awareness for mental health and community wellbeing? South Burnett Regional Council, in partnership with Queensland Health, is calling for expressions of interest that will deliver coordinated events to assist with mental health and community wellbeing and or raise awareness of available resources and initiatives. Funding is available for up to $3,000 per event or project. Expressions of interest opened on the 1st of August and will close on the 31st of August. The South Burnett Suicide Prevention Working Group proudly presents Winter Warmers 2022. So please join us this Friday night for free entertainment and food at the Kingroy Town Hall forecourt between 5 and 8 p.m. And it should be a good night. We have Amber Goldsmith there for our musical entertainment. With the library, the 22-23 collection plans by format, what I might do, Mr. Mayor, is there's a bit of information there. I might just, if you don't mind, I might just take the rest of that as being read in my portfolio report. Thank you. And I'd like to move that my portfolio report be accepted.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Duff. Speakers? No speakers? No. Thank you, Councillor Potter. Another busy month for you. Clearly, it's you haven't read all the report, but it's a fairly large report. And again, aren't Council's library team doing a magnificent job? I consistently receive positive feedback from the community about the manner in which our library team deliver a diverse range of contemporary services. Our libraries are much more than just books these days, aren't they? And I know that there are a lot of people in our community, whether it be our elderly or our young people, those with young children, who say that, you know, our libraries are sort of the hub of the community, of many of our communities. So wonderful work to our library team. As I know Councillor Potter always says, they do a great job. Councillor Potter, the other thing was with the Youth Council, and thank you for driving that on behalf of Council. Yesterday, I met with the Blackbutt community members, and some community members from Blackbutt, and they're really keen to do some work with the Youth Council in terms of some concepts they've got. So I've asked them to reach out through our Executive Services office in Council to make contact with you and the Youth Council. They'd like to come and present to the Youth Council at some stage. So great to see the community embracing our Youth Council as well. Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Potter. Yeah.
Sorry, I just want to add here, now that you've brought up the Youth Council, Mr. Mayor, I know the minutes are going to be in the next section, but I just want to say that the Youth Council are running the Pig Jam at Bacon Fest in a couple of weeks. And so we've got all the bands, we've got 10 bands that have applied to be part of the Battle of the Bands, which is fantastic. We've got 2 from North Burnett and 8 from South Burnett. So I think that's a great outcome for a youth council that just had an idea and now it's come to fruition for them. So congratulations to the Youth Council on that one.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Further speakers? We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Yes, then 8.2, minutes of the Youth Council meeting held on the 14th of June 2022 can be found at page 40, where it's recommended that Council receive and note the attached minutes of the Youth Council held on Tuesday 14 June 2022. Do we have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Potter. Seconded, Councillor Henson. Speakers? Councillor Potter, did you want to lead off? Thank you.
No, that's all right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, look, as I said earlier, the Youth Council is just going ahead in leaps and bounds, and they're actually working on a few other projects at the moment that they identified when they did their leadership course. So, look, I just want to congratulate Margie Hams, actually, because she's been the driving force. You know, I had an idea, but she's just taken my ideas and just driven them to the next level. So I just want to sort of thank Margie for that, because without her, I don't think this wouldn't be happening as well as what it is. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, councillor. Further speakers? Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. At Barcaldine, when we went to the Bush Council convention, there was a forum on youth and they were asking for a youth council. And just after that, I was doing my presentation on the Butch Lanton Award, and I actually said at the start that we actually have a youth council, and I was proudly said the Southburn what we've done. So it was a really good opportunity to flag and promote our youth council out in that forum. So congratulations, it is a wonderful outcome for our region.
Thanks, councillor. Good to see that we're certainly leading the way, aren't we? Those in that area. And thank you, Mr. CEO, to you and your staff. I know you've done a lot of work in helping Councillor Potter pull this together. It's much appreciated. Okay, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carry unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, 9.1. I'd like to now welcome Councillor Henchard to present his Rural Services, Natural Resource Management Planning and Compliance Services Portfolio Report, which is at page 44. Thank you, Councillor Henchard.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, through you. Yes, pleased to be able to present my Rural Services, Natural Resource Management Planning and Compliance Services report. With Rural Services with weed management, despite the ongoing wet weather across the region, the treatment of mother of millions on council roadsides and reserves has been ongoing. Focus areas for mother of million controls have been Kingaroy, Wandai and Maidenwell, and several reserves are still too wet to traverse and spray and will be revisited once access conditions improve, and property inspections for mother of millions in the Maidenwell and Kingaroy areas have been undertaken despite being hampered by wet weather and access difficulties. Now is the time for all landowners to be on the lookout for winter active pest plant called Fireweed, and Fireweed competes with pasture and is toxic to livestock even when eaten in hay. Seedling growth appears from March to June, with dieback beginning in spring. Fireweed is spreading rapidly through the Brisbane Valley and Gympie regions. However, at this stage has not spread to the South Burnett. In feral animal management, feral pig sightings and impacts have been increasing in line with favourable weather conditions across spring, summer and winter. Reports of peanut and corn crops sustaining significant damage from feral pigs have been received, and landowner reports taken from Coolavanya, Geelong, Cumbria, Goodger, Glenrock and Gordon Brook districts. Continued wet weather has meant some grain, sorghum and corn crops are unable to be harvested. That's along with legume crops as well. We've seen many mung bean crops just sit there and rot. This situation has provided a large feed source to surrounding feral pig populations. Professional feral animal controllers engaged by landowners have advised they regularly see 10 to 20 feral pigs in a mob, where once they only observed 4 or 5. And one professional pest controller operator advised they had shot 450 pigs since December 2021, and I can rest assure you that's just one operator. You could possibly multiply that by 10. And that's scary because the numbers are out there. Council will be focusing on capacity building of landowners to carry regular and sustain on-ground management using a combination of baiting, trapping, shooting...
Councillors, if we could please focus on the councillor, thank you. Thank you, councillors. Order there. Just note that Councillor Potter had to leave. My sincere apologies, Councillor Henchard. Yeah, we'll come back to you.
Thank you.
Order, thank you, councillors.
I'll just repeat that if that's okay, Mr Mayor. Council will be focusing on capacity building on landowners to carry regular and sustain on good ground management using a combination of baiting, trapping and shooting in coordinated programs across all tenders to ensure the feral pig population is continually suppressed. Can I just note, Mr Mayor, that some years ago the South Burnett never had pigs, feral pigs in this area. And I myself used to traverse to the west and think it was a wonderful weekend expedition. They are everywhere in our Burnett today and multiplying with this seasonal conditions. As noted in my report, 5 pigs can turn to 50 in a very, very short space of time, which is what has been happening. Fire management, rural fire brigades have now initiated and prescribed burn program on council reserves as part of the agreed schedule for 2022, and wet weather continues to hamper scheduled burning. However, it is hoped that the key regional priority sites of Bundooma Dam, Staines Road Reserve and Wandai East and Showgrounds can be completed before unsustainable climatic conditions return. Could I just note on that, Mr Mayor and Council and Chambers, I am actually a fire warden in my particular area, and I have received many calls just recently to issue fire permits. The feedback, and they have, our local brigades have been trying desperately to control burn, it's been too wet, or when they try and do it, it rains, as we all know. Last Friday we had showery weather again. What I'm getting feedback back is the people that are burning, we're issuing permits to at the moment, it is actually burning quite substantially, as much, and that is because there's such a big body of fuel there. They've burned, I had a phone call yesterday and this morning, they've burned a considerable amount of area out in the west of our shire under control and had permit and everything in place. It was burnt and it looked like a paddock of oats after it's that green underneath. But the top, because we've had unprecedented wet, we've got a massive body of fuel there, and the frost we've been getting has killed that off. The top is as dead as a doornail. So I encourage people to be very diligent about their burning, and certainly talk to your local fire brigades and make sure, and I encourage people to burn now rather than wait until spring, September, October, because it is burning. You will see it every afternoon. If we get to step outside today, there will be smoke on the horizon, and there will be a lot of smoke. Thank you. It's Coolabunga Sale Yards. Sale yard staff conducted 372 cattle and 1 horse tick inspection and dipped 789 head. The store sale held on the 26th of July saw 335 cattle sold through the yards, and this number was down due to vendors unable to get trucks in and out of properties following the recent rain events. In August, the start of the stud sales at Coolabunga, and sale yard staff are busily working to ensure the stud selling complex and general areas is clean and tidy in readiness for these upcoming sales, which will be exciting. On the 11th of August, Coolabunga Classic Charolais Bull Sale. That's an existing sale. On the 13th of August, there's a Limousin sale, which is a new sale out at Coolabunga, which is again exciting for the Limousin Association. And the 20th of August, the Aussie Angus and Brangus Bull Sale, which is also a new sale. So that's exciting. We're having 2 new breeds and 2 new sales in the Coolabunga sales in the month of August. An internal workplace health and safety audit was undertaken at the Coolabunga Sale Yards, and findings and recommendations will be presented at the working group meeting on the 16th of August 2022. In planning and building, the planning team received 101 customer requests recorded as of the 1st of the 8th, and 5 pre-lodgement meetings were held in July. The following planning applications were received: in material change and the use of MCU, 5 development applications. 1 was a medium impact industry with a new workshop, a joinery producing less than 500 tonnes per year, and an ancillary showroom and office, and a re-sided secondary dwelling. The 3rd was an agricultural supplies store with special industry manufacturing fertiliser and concurrent ERA 7 chemical manufacturing. Point 4 was a dual occupancy. 5 was a other change to stage 2 of medium impact industry. In reconfiguration of lots, 3 development applications were received. Subdivision lot 1 into 7 over 2 stages. Point 2, lot 1 into 2 lots, and point 3, lot 1 into 31 lots. And no applications were received for the development incentive scheme. In amendment to planning, the amendment package has been sent for state interest review. Interest check in the minister's opportunity to review the scheme changes and ensure it aligns with the relevant state planning interests required to be reflected in the planning scheme. The state have the opportunity to request further information and or amenities or condition amendments as part of the interest review process prior to proceeding to formal public consultation. And in environmental health and compliance, during July there has been a reduced number of applications received for food business licences, with only 1 new change of licence application being submitted. There are currently 213 licensed food premises in the South Burnett. There has been 1 new non-for-profit certificate, 5 new temporary food permits, and 1 change of licence operators and 1 new food licence application. There's also been 3 surrender of licences during this period. And there have been 68 food businesses inspections undertaken during this period, and there's also been 1 personal appearance application received during July. In EHOs are busy attending to customer requests and routine food inspections across the region regarding food licensing, smoke nuisances, environmental and public health concerns, and 44 new CRMs raised during June, with 26 relating to environmental health and 18 public health matters. The asbestos demolition matter from the June notification now being actioned by the State Workplace Health and Safety Authority, and 2 other customer requests were referred to the State Government Department, Environmental Science, for actioning due to council not delegated for these items. EH has also assisted to the LDMG response for the weather event in July by setting up and operating the evacuation centre during this time. and EH received an update for the DDPHU in regard to the changes to public health directions within Queensland during June-July, including mask requirements and increased cases of COVID in Queensland. The message is, if sick, stay at home, no matter whether it is cold, influenza, or etc. And there's been no mosquito disease notification cases received, with current statistics at 12 Ross River notifications for 2022 since January 2022. So with that, Mr Mayor, I'd like my report for Rural Services, Natural Resource Management, Planning and Compliance be moved.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Henson. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Shoemaker. Thank you. Speakers, Councillor Shoemaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henson, for your comprehensive report. Just following the Ag Network meeting the other day where we discussed current biosecurity risks to our region, I did put forward a number of questions on notice, which I have seen aren't necessarily in the agenda, haven't made the agenda, but I would certainly like to ask them and get some feedback from the team. The question is, what is our current plan to control feral animals and wild pigs? How often is the program run and what does it entail? What data do we have that demonstrates how effective controls have been? What is the current budget allocation and program arrangements for the management of feral pigs in the South Burnett? Do we have any strategies or ideas to bolster these controls due to the heightened biosecurity concerns? And what programs are underway to manage mosquitoes? So they're my questions. It's great to see you here, Jim. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, General Manager O'May. Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair, we'll hand over to our acting NRM coordinator.
Thank you, councillors. What is our current plan to control feral wild pigs? Really, Council recognises the need for capacity building of landholders to assist them to carry out regular and on-ground pest management using a combination of baiting, trapping, and we want to try and bring in shooting in coordinated programs across as large an area as possible. The thing with any pest management biosecurity over time, if you don't have sustained cyclic control, numbers build up. And that's exactly what we're having with pigs as well. Our coordinated programs aren't large enough. It's common, it's human nature too, apathy. There hasn't, I guess, been enough education in the past. And like Councillor Henson has mentioned, pig numbers have increased. It used to be a Western problem, now pigs are widespread. The issue that we have as well is not everyone likes using 1080 monofluoroacetate. Kills working dogs, it's not a good death, but it is one of the most effective tools for the management of feral pigs. It is the key tool for the management of feral pigs on a coordinated landscape circumstance. So we run 2 programs a year, one in May, one in September. So we've got our September program that I briefly talked at the community meeting in Wondai the other day to get as many people coming along as possible, because people have moved away from being part of those coordinated programs. Remember, people can still go and buy 1080 commercially, like through their stock and station agents, like say at Nutrient in Mergham. So there is a lot of 1080 being used in the field that council is unaware of, because through a certificate to obtain you can. But we're really pushing more people to get involved. We've got this free meat program, and like just with our stock route supervisor ringing a lot of people up that have baited in the past or haven't baited for a long time and encouraging them to get on board. I just noticed at that meeting, at the same point too, that we had the other day, Councillor Henson, that a lot of the grain producers, there was some there, but not a lot there. And as we said in that report, there's a lot of impacts happening on crop farms, and they're just, and we don't get to know about them. So there's a lot of work happening, there's a lot of impact happening. We need to try and pull in as many people as we can. And that's just not across in this South Burnett region. We should be linking with North Burnett, Gympie, Western Downs as well, to make sure when we bait and when we do control, it's across as large a coordinated area as possible. And that's what we've got to improve. And our education needs to be cyclic, because you might have a really good education campaign that runs for a couple of months and then you don't do it for a couple of years. People forget. There's a lot of other pressures in life. There's a lot of other things to do. Our education programs of biosecurity have got to be cyclic. You've got to dream up new ways and present new ways of getting those key messages across. And also not being totally reliant on 1080. Like I've been really impressed with the number of professional pest controllers and using thermal scopes at night and cameras. They actually do a really good job in those smaller areas and with those real hotspot areas. Because they just set the camera up, know when the pigs are coming, and then go down with your thermal scope. There's no spotlight, and control them that way. So I've been very impressed. A combination of those things, and that's what we need to promote too. I've been reading the National Feral Pig Control Program, and I note that Cassowary Council, is it Whitsunday Council and all behind Proserpine, and that they've got a really good syndicate status going where they actually go across a number of council areas and have coordinated control programs out of a helicopter, doing a lot of aerial shoots, and that happens regularly. So again, you're getting across a number of administration boundaries to get as a bigger blanket control as you can. I've been, I guess, a bit sceptical of how I see the state government, even the federal government's approach to feral animal management and the roles that feral pigs would play in foot and mouth disease outbreaks, say. I do admit that feral pigs and the numbers that we have here mightn't sustain foot and mouth in the environment. Okay, we haven't got enough numbers. But if there was a, if I could stand up and say that there's a, here, I'll use this. Here's a foot and mouth outbreak here, yeah? That's where we have it. You know, it was found at Warulum, and there's a big eradication zone around that. That established eradication zone and stand out, kill all that stock, close down all that stock, we'll be able to move. What's stopping feral pigs in that area transmitting that disease outside of that eradication zone? So it won't build up in the feral pig population, it'll be out of their system straight away, but you've got a lot of feral pigs that will walk out of that eradication zone into areas that we're trying to keep clean. So that is where feral pigs will play a massive role in any eradication and containment zone when African swine flu or foot and mouth disease gets into Australia, if it gets in. So it's their ability to transmit outside of those containment and eradication areas. I just like to put that forward because it's not really, you read the AusVet plan, emergency disease response plan, animal disease response plan, there's no real content in there about how we manage our feral pig populations. In Queensland, there is a lack of regional biosecurity frameworks. So what I mean by that, we should have in the Wide Bay Rock area, we should have a regional target for how many feral pigs we're killing a year. They do in other areas. Some areas down south, they champion it. We've killed 40,000 pigs this year. That's what we should be doing. We should all be working towards a regional target to continually suppress the pigs that we have here. Was asked at the meeting, how many pigs have we got? I don't know. Really, it's only hearsay off reports. And that was one of your questions, I think, Councillor Schumacher. How do we measure the effectiveness of our investment? Very difficult. We look at a decrease in reports, a decrease in damage, decrease in sighting, but we haven't got any base population data. We don't know how many pigs are out there. How do we find out? And so there are ways that you can find out, and that's like using infrared thermal surveillance from the air. It is possible and has been done before. So then you get a base pig population. It's not going to be 100% accurate, but it's going to be more accurate than what we've got now. And then we can measure, well, what we're doing is actually having an effect. Say there might be, I don't know, let's 10,000 pigs in the South Burnett region, but there's going to be more than that. Now, at least we can say with what we're doing is having an impact, because we don't really know if we're having a great impact at the moment, and we should be able to track that progress as we invest more money and increase our collaboration and coordination. That's going to have a longer term impact, and that's how we're going to be in the best position when an exotic disease comes.
Yeah, thank you, Coordinator. We'll stay with Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you for that description. The other question that I just had, you've certainly given us some strategies and ideas that we could consider to bolster the controls that I think we need to scope and cost, was around budget. So the other question I asked was, what is the current budget allocation and project arrangements for the management of feral pigs in the South Burnett? So I just wanted to understand.
Thank you, General Manager O'May.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Councillor, there's no specific budget line item for feral pig management, but when you look at the two coordinated programs that are run each year in May and September each year, the extension that we do behind those, the staff running it, the ad hoc baiting requests that fall outside of those major regional coordinated campaigns, the loaning out of equipment, and we're looking at the vicinity of about $35,000 to $40,000.
Question was just in relation to the management of mosquitoes, if we do any management programs or...
Thank you, General Manager.
Through the chair. So we do. Our major mosquito control is around those populations of where we have previously identified Aedes aegypti mosquitoes around the Mergen, Wando area. So, but they're container breeding mosquitoes, sort of close to the home. So we really shouldn't have them this far south. They're a North Queensland mosquito. So because they have found those mosquitoes, we do target those areas, particularly at these times. In relation to, I think your question was probably around the mosquitoes with the Japanese encephalitis around the piggeries in the rural areas. Those things, we work with Queensland Health when we get notification, say or DAF, if they're a risk of a piggery with the Japanese encephalitis, and we will work with the Queensland Health EHOs, do trapping, do identification of breeding sites out there. It's really a response to a notification. At the moment, the trouble with the vectors, the mosquito vectors for your Japanese encephalitis, they will breed in your shallow water in the paddocks. They will breed in polluted water if the piggery ponds are also. There can be numerous vector sites, particularly when it is wet here, so very difficult to control. So it is a response. So if there is as we had the case of a Japanese encephalitis, if there was a suspected in a piggery, then it'd be monitoring around that area. But yeah, it is again really just a response to those breeding areas. And we do have treat. So basically, we will have treat if we can find a breeding area, a large area of shallow water. Then we can put a larvicide to treat those mosquitoes from emerging.
Mr. Mayor, just one supplementary question. Just in relation to, I was speaking with different transport carriers and things at the meeting the other day, and they mentioned that Swickers and a number of piggeries have actually run some mock scenarios of what they would do if there was an African swine fever outbreak. My question is, do we as a council run any of those mock scenarios, or have we done anything like that, or should we consider some scenario planning with industry partners to prepare in light of the biosecurity? I was really fascinated with some of the information they shared and how complex and difficult it is to respond to some of these things.
Thank you, Councillor. Look, that's a really great idea. No use having great plans and strategies if you don't test them. And we have a meeting, a workshop coming up with Biosecurity Queensland and their researchers and emergency response people on the 19th at the Kingaroy Research Station to talk about African swine flu, but also talk about the role local government has in exotic disease outbreak or emergency animal disease outbreak. And that, like, how does our disaster management group work in? What would it look like? What are the resources that are going to be called upon from council and council staff, the pest controllers, the biosecurity staff, all those other key people that are good links with the community? Because it'll come quick. We need to be able to react quick and respond. So really supportive of working with the state and having a mock exercise. I think that day we had at our management committee, we had someone from Biosecurity Queensland, and we asked the question too, let's do a mock exercise. And I think we're hanging out for it. It needs to happen. We need to test it because you'll find gaps and things that could be improved. So yes, totally agree with that, but that's happening on the 19th, and out of that, I'm hoping with council's support that we do call and have a mock exercise. Sooner the better. Thank you.
Thank you, General Manager May and Coordinator. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got a couple of questions, so I'll just say the questions, and if you don't remember them when it comes to them, just ask again. So, first of all, what is there, can you see an answer being to the feral pig control? The second one would be, it's a question regarding the cross-border funding opportunities for a coordinated approach through this. So just wondering if there's any funding that's available, whether it's through state or federal government for to help the councils. And because I always think that the government's more responsive when you've got a cross-borders approach to things like that with regards to funding. So I'm just wondering whether there's an opportunity there. And also with that particular funding, whether government organisations like Biosecurity Queensland would come in on board and help us with that. I think one other time we talked about a biosecurity plan, whether we have it in place or not, and I wasn't too sure whether that was up and running or whether we're still in the process of doing that. That shake of the head told me that. And also back to mosquitoes, there is I've had a few complaints about stagnant water around, whether it be out at Topinga Village or along the rail trail. And I'm just wondering whether the stagnant water, whether we're treating all of that stagnant water for mosquitoes, because I think that is really important for our community. Not only for mosquitoes, but for health reasons as well.
Through you, thank you, General Manager.
We'll do a tag team again on these ones.
Thank you, Councillor. The answer is the feral pig population, can we manage it? Can we control it effectively? Yes, we can. All the tools are in place. We just need the will, communication, and I guess we just need to get out and do it. One of the key things that infuriates me, you always say, and you hear it tropped out again, is it's about biosecurity is everyone's responsibility. You know, general biosecurity obligation. It's so true, it is. But without collaborative arrangements and frameworks that provide support to biosecurity to make it happen in the community, biosecurity ends up being no one's responsibility. And that's what's happened in a number of cases. So I think to lead on to cross-border collaboration, how can we manage the pig population, bring it down, suppress it. Look, we have got funding off the government through the Queensland Feral Pest Initiative. That project is starting now. We're advertising for a coordinator, and that's to establish, like we have out in Iron Pot and the Maidenwell areas, having biosecurity control syndicates. And sure, they're principally focused on feral animals, pigs and wild dogs, but there's nothing saying that they can't for all biosecurity issues. So that's a model. Under that program, we want to establish 5 more of those biosecurity syndicates, which are community-led. They're led by community champions with support from council. So those collaborative arrangements. So you get biosecurity happening where the rubber meets the road, out in the field. That's where action, you've got landholders leading it. So if you provide them support, administration support, some control support, some communication support, that's going to give you more capability. We need more capability in the field. But I was just thinking too that like the question should be asked, I guess, with the Army about, could they provide support in undertaking a run for getting some baseline population data, because they have some pretty flash gear as far as infrared surveillance. That's how other areas have done in the past, but it costs a bit to get the helicopter up in the air at night, to do the runs, to build up the data, to find out how many pigs you've got. Maybe we should ask the question of the Army. They're only right there. Might be a good exercise for them. I'm just putting it out there because that would be a key plank. We need to know what's out there. We need a data set to say how many pigs we got and where are the hotspots. So the cross-border thing, yes, we should be at a, I guess, multi-council role is if we can advocate for having joint control programs, greater coordination across boundaries, and even pulling the state in more to actually make that happen. You've got a network of biosecurity officers employed by the state across the Queensland that should be helping promote greater coordination of feral pig management. Is there money there? There could be further money there. I guess if we made a deputation to the state government and said that what we wanted to do, but we have to be proactive ourselves. Just on the issue of the biosecurity plan, no, we have not got a biosecurity plan in place yet. That's not me. Sorry. We need one. And I've said to this council before that we need a biosecurity plan. But what we don't need is a flash document that's 150 pages long that just sits on the cupboard and, well, we've done that plan. Isn't it great? There go all the feral pigs, Parthenium, Fireweed. We don't have to worry about it anymore. Mr Mayor, it's great. What we need is a plan that's about 20 pages long that's really precise and people can understand it and read it. It's a plan about what we want landholders to do for certain classifications of pests. Remember, we're either trying to prevent them getting in, we're trying to jump on and eradicate them, we're trying to contain them, or we're trying to protect what's free of them. They're the 4 stages. It's as simple as that, and there's different management actions in each. You don't need a 150-page strategy to tell you that. So that's what we'll be pushing. Under the Act, yes, we do have to have a biosecurity plan, but that's as prescriptive as it gets to show how we manage biosecurity in our region, which we're obligated to under the Biosecurity Act of 2014.
Thank you, Coordinator. We'll stay with Councillor Potter. Anything further?
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. No, that's all right. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I think it's a great idea if we, if there is any extra funding, and I'd be quite happy to support any party going to Brisbane to try and get the state government to give us some more funding. Working with the other councils, I can see that would be a very good approach for us. With regards to the biosecurity plan, Mr Mayor, how do we go about getting this, making sure that we start this, get it done, and have a working plan that, as Jim said, that everyone can actually understand and work with, because this is something we need everyone to be able to do. And also, I love the idea of advocating for the Army. We can always ask the question. If they say no, we haven't lost anything. So, Mr Mayor, maybe we need to move that one, move a motion with regards to that one. I don't know how that one's done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. But we'll go to Councillor Duff shortly, and then we'll go back to Councillor Henson to provide closing comments before we go to the vote on the report. But just, in terms of Councillor Potter's question there, the development of an effective biosecurity plan for our region, that then forms part of a broader interregional plan that you're speaking of there, Coordinator. General Manager May, I know we talked about, and we've heard today, and Councillor Henson has articulated the impact the flood has had on the spreading of Parthenium through the Barambah system, for example, on the the growth in numbers of feral pigs coming into our cultivation land to eat crops that were killed by the floods, on mosquitoes, all these biosecurity issues we're having. In light of the fact that the flood has exacerbated these issues, is there opportunity when we look at that $1 million worth of funding we're getting from QRA to perhaps look at using some of that funding? I might be stretching the guidelines, but to actually engage or develop a process, put in place a mechanism where we can actually develop a biosecurity plan? Because it seems to me this has become it's certainly heightened the issue, hasn't it, at the moment, the flood events. Any potential scope within the guidelines, your thoughts there into the future?
Through you, Mr Mayor. So this is something we have identified in our operational plan, and it's core business for council to develop this. So that's essentially why this guy sitting next to me is we've got him back on board, twisted his arm to come back to help us move that forward. So I don't think we need to supplement the funding. We've got this as part of council that we had planned to deliver in the coming 6 months. So that work is commencing now.
And so that being the case, General Manager, again going to Councillor Potter's question, is there a need do you require from Council resolution, head of power, anything at this stage to activate the implementation or the development of the biosecurity plan that's going to work for our region?
No, through you, Mr Mayor, no, we don't. It's in the operational plan. Council's already given us that direction to deliver that. So that head of power is already there.
So then we would need to look at a political advocacy, as Councillor Potter's saying, perhaps to the state, up to Webrock. I know certainly Webrock is starting to get back up on its feet, if I could use that term a bit loosely, at the moment, and they are looking at opportunities, Webrock, for how can we find issues that are common to all regions that are worthwhile us all coming together and investing in. So political advocacy, perhaps funding, accessing funding through Webrock might be a good place to work through as well. And as well as going to the Army to say, well, look, to the ADF, how can you perhaps support in this area? So, Councillor Potter, if you are happy for us to take that to Webrock at the next meeting and get some feedback from the other regions on that, and then perhaps we could bring that back to a future committee meeting for further discussion. Your thoughts on that?
Fully supportive of that, Mr Mayor. I don't know whether the Army side of things need to go through different channels though.
Yes, thank you. We could certainly get some advice around that. General Manager, May, your thoughts?
Just thoughts with the QRA are developing a package for that weed, and so I do think there potentially could be funding, and it would fit into certainly advocacy with the Army around that. So whether it be feral animals or weed species spread, so I do think there will be they are currently working on. So we could follow up with the QRA on how far away those guidelines are and whether there'll be specific funding for that environmental package, which is weeds and animals. So hopefully that will be an avenue.
Thank you, General Manager. Perhaps if Councillor Henson and Councillor Potter could perhaps liaise with yourself and your disaster resilience officer to look at potential for using some of that funding to do some of that advocacy in relation to the ADF and other options there. Yeah, if we're happy with that. Councillor Duff, did you want to add something before we go back to Councillor Henson? Thank you.
I just wanted to say that at that foot and mouth forum we had the other day, I asked the question about the feral pigs, and the John Higgins said that the pigs stop in their tracks as soon as they get the foot and mouth, but then afterwards, when another person asked a further question, it was identified that they actually travel up to, I think it was 30 kilometres before they actually get the symptoms. So they've already spread it everywhere. So in my mind, I agree with what everybody's said. I think it's the biggest issue we've got with foot and mouth is the feral animal control. And I wanted to actually move some motions around elevated media campaign and all sorts of things, but probably after this we pass the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Just before we go back to Councillor Henson to close out on his report, just a couple of things quickly. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the Environmental Health team. Thank you, General Manager O'May, your team, and through Councillor Potter as our LDMG Chair, for the tremendous response in organising and operating the evacuation centre down at Nanango at that recent flood event. So, yeah, thank you to the LDMG and the environmental health team for pulling that together. It was magnificent. Done very quickly with no notice. And the other thing was just Parthenium weed. I know you spoke with this coordinator previously about the fact that September provides a window for the treatment. We've had issues with it coming down from Cherbourg. Is that still an issue? And do we have a plan? We talked about going to the state government. Have we got anything? What have we got happening, I suppose, in terms of Parthenium weed September window?
This is where you're quiet.
I guess, no, we haven't got a plan of action. When it comes, I'd expect when you look at the amount of moisture in the profile, you can see the country ready to go when the heat comes. We will get rapid growth of some of those key weed species, particularly Parthenium, and a bit later on giant rat's tail grass. It's going to be a terrible season for it. There is a window, yes, September, October. So because Parthenium, it flushes. So you might have 2 or 3 generations a year. So you might have, depending on when your first spring storms are, you might have a flush in September, October, another one November, December. It'll keep flushing, dropping its seed, flushing, dying. So and that's the problem with it. You might start off and you might think you've controlled 100% of it, but then the next flush comes. So it's got to be cyclic, repeated, to suppress it down to a level where the Cherbourg community can get hold of it, or it's a lot easier to treat. It's certainly not at the moment. It's like a ticking time bomb sitting there. So no, we need to work with Cherbourg and come up with how we're going to react this season.
Through Mr Mayor, the response, we did get the negative response from the state, essentially basically said that Cherbourg were responsible for that reserved land, and it was a negative response.
Well, I'm disappointed to hear that. In terms of the state supporting an area that was traditionally, I believe, managed by the state. So that's sad and disappointing to hear. Yeah, thank you. Okay, well, we need to follow up on that, I guess. We'll go to Councillor Henshin for conclude the discussion. Thank you, Councillor Henshin.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, I'll be quick. This can be talked about for days on end. I know it was mentioned in this chamber some months ago about working with Cherbourg Council in relation to Parthenium. I'm happy to pursue that along with staff, and if this council can help us assist. Seeing we're getting nothing from the state, I think the least this council could do would work in conjunction with Cherbourg along those lines with Parthenium and help in any shape or form we can. Just in relation to the feral pigs, yeah, you're right, Councillor Duff, they can traverse 30 kilometres plus in a night. They talked about 8 days when their hooves dropped off. Well, 5 days of 30 is 150 kilometres, isn't it? We have the Great Dividing Range that divides us from our other neighbouring councillors. I know Western Downs implement a program there where they engage a helicopter and a registered shooter. That registered shooter is actually in the South Burnett. We own him, so to speak. He's engaged by Western Downs. The cost of that is borne by the council over there, which does a wonderful job in the event, and it would be so good to be able to use our armed forces in some shape or form. But if we're going to put a helicopter up, I'd suggest rather than taking pictures and counting them, that actually take them out at the same time, because you do not miss from up there. And if that, like this is on the verge of possible natural disaster. Like that's the thing that wants to be portrayed here, as many other things. I mean, as I stated, we can activate and do something with Parthenium. I think we've got to activate and do something with varmint control. We have some wonderful things in place with wild dogs. Our council has noted and states that we have varmint problems here in the South Burnett, from feral cats to wild dogs to pigs, because we implement baiting programs. And I know all of that is relevant to people who want to access permits or try and access firearms for particular uses, and that be Category D. I'm extremely happy and open that anybody and the things that's changing, and you've alluded to, Jim, it's not just a matter of going out and baiting pigs. There's many other options today. And once upon a time, you'd just go out and bait pigs, or you'd go out with rifles and you'd shoot pigs. You might go out with professional guys with dogs and they'd get number of pigs. There was a wonderful result on Sunday. 11 pigs were taken off my property alone, just in one expedition. And my take on it, we've changed our tack completely. Rather than go out blasé, we will feed them, we will nurture them, we will encourage them to a spot. And that is a very, very successful tool in baiting or trapping, and trapping's been, if done properly, trapping is a very, very, and again, council has traps available, be them those cat traps, dog traps, if you want to trap pigs, there's pig traps available as well. So yeah, Mr Mayor, in the event of a helicopter going up in the air, we did it, General Manager Joe May, with Parthenium. We put a helicopter up and mapped and looked at the extensiveness of Parthenium. Again, that's a tool you could spray it from the air with a helicopter. That's another option. Again, if and as you alluded to, Jim, thermal scopes and that. But if we're going to put the army up into the air, you know, we have the Great Dividing Range with nothing's policed there, with our forestries. Surely they could do something in a program that could eradicate them and help councils, not just South Burnett Council, but take this on board as a program that they could help implement and instigate some progress on this. So a great suggestion, Councillor Potter. We're getting little or no support from the state in funding for some of this, so we've got to be diligent how we work around this and get the most efficient result we can get, because the wild pig problem is massive at the moment. And as you alluded to, Councillor Duff, with water and mosquitoes, the climate we've had, there's water and mosquitoes, but there's water and there's pigs. They have a salad bowl here in the South Burnett, from the north to the south to the east to the west. It doesn't matter. Talk to any neighbouring council with us. They've got the same problem. But yeah, look forward to certainly working with you, Jim, in relation to biosecurity, if that's feasible. Happy to have some input into that and be on board with that. Happy to help Sherburg if that's the case in some shape or form. Happy to instigate something, whether we can implement something and put to our armed forces. And as I said, rather than, if you're going to pay $500 an hour to put a helicopter up in the air, you'd want to be doing more measures than just taking a picture of them and counting them, because they've put trackers on feral pigs before, and wild dogs. I'll make mention just quickly, conscious of time, Mr Mayor. There was a collar put on a wild dog in Cunnamulla. That dog, 28 days later, was captured and shot in Coonabarabran in New South Wales. Yeah, that was a GPS tracker put on that dog. So that gives you an idea that's from Western New South Wales to central Western Queensland, 28 days later in central New South Wales. Sheep country, where the owner said, well, there's no dogs here, they had him marked and they went to that tree and got that dog. So there's capabilities in every entity here now to ramp up and be very efficient of how it's done. So yeah, commend everything that's put forward here in Chambers today. I think it's another step, and look forward to certainly progressing with our biosecurity. As you've alluded to, 20 pages of sensibility rather than 150 pages of a boring novel. Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Henson. We'll now go to the vote on this one. Those in favour, carried unanimously. Just before we break, although we've got some people waiting, Mr CEO, haven't we, for a citizenship ceremony, I would like to get some action on this. I've listened to this discussion. It's been a really, really important, valuable discussion, so I think it's certainly well worth going over time on. I'd like to put to the committee a proposal that we put a motion through today that a report be brought to the August ordinary meeting of council as to measures to be undertaken as a matter of priority in relation to critical and emerging weed and feral animal management issues in the South Burnett region. What I'm suggesting there is that I've just listened to, and I'll just finalise the motion shortly, but I've just listened to what the discussion we've had here. Clearly, for what we've heard, September's going to be a critical time when we break into spring for Parthenium weed and other weeds on that moist ground when the heat comes, from what I understand there, Coordinator. In addition to that, we've got this proliferation of feral pigs.
Just excuse me, Mr Mayor, just in
yes.
that, and it's been mentioned before, it's 40 days from seed to seed with Parthenium. That's your September gone, like, and you're into October, as Jim's alluded to, they will seed multiple times in the correct climate. So it's just a bit of my useless information, I'm sorry, but 40 days.
Yes, thank you, councillor. So I think further to councillor Henson's concerns and his report here, I would like to see us give some direction to the staff to come back with something that says, look, council, this is what we need, this is what we can do, this is what it will cost. These are the critical issues that you need to act on now. Now, yes, there's a bigger biosecurity plan that needs to be developed as part of the 22-23 op plan. But in the meantime, what do we need to do critically now in advance of that spring outbreak? I guess that's the intention. So I would like to move the report be brought to the August General Council meeting as to measures to be undertaken as a matter of priority in relation to critical and emerging weed and feral animal issues in the South Burnett region. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Speakers, Councillor Shoemaker.
Mr Mayor, I just submitted a similar motion. It just had a bit more detail to Bree, if you would consider perhaps
Thank you. Yes,
adding it
absolutely.
to your motion.
Thank you. I'd love to. Could you bring that up for us? Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker.
And I CC'd in CEO Mark and General Manager O'May just for checking, but just based on the conversation we had and the responses to the questions on notice I put forward, that was my report. Certainly a report be brought back. That council scope a plan to manage and control a feral pig population and provide indicative costs to bolster controls and education awareness programs. Schedule a meeting with our neighbouring council and our own teams to discuss a collaborative approach to feral pig management and shared target to suppress feral pig populations. Work with Queensland Biosecurity Officers to coordinate a mock exercise with key industry stakeholders and council's disaster management team. Establish a working group and develop a biosecurity plan that is fit for purpose for our region, and that these measures are reported back to consecutive Liveability Standing Committee meetings to demonstrate these matters have progressed. So, Mr Mayor, if we can combine my motion with your motion, I think we're on the same page. I just think these matters that I've been mentioning, I've been concerned about African swine fever ever since being elected. I've brought it up at numerous meetings. We've had numerous meetings about biosecurity. I've been to numerous ag network meetings. I just feel like it's great that we've got Jim here who's accepted the invitation to come back and help us with this task. I can see how funding has been clawed out of areas like this over years, and to be honest, I am absolutely I am very alert and very aware of what these biosecurity risks are to our region, and would like to see us take some more targeted action.
Councillor Shoemaker, my apologies. I just want to confer with Mr CEO. Mr CEO suggested that perhaps we could make that two separate resolutions. So if we might just deal with that one of mine first, and then we come to yours as a foreshadowed. Mr. Off the floor next? Okay, thank you. Okay, so we've got this one there. It's really about saying, look, what needs to be done urgently now? Straight away, let's jump in before spring. Happy with that. Let's go to the vote on that first one. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. So we'll go back to Councillor Shoemaker for your motion now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. As discussed previously, I won't repeat the motion, but I would like to move. And certainly if Councillor Duff has some additions, I know she was busy writing some notes down as well. So by all means, Councillor Duff, if you've got some additions to that motion, I would like to move that off the floor.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Councillor Duff, before we seek a seconder, is there anything that you wanted to put to Councillor Shoemaker for her consideration?
I have similar, but I just wanted to put that we introduced an elevated media campaign, work with other regional council groups, such as Webrock, to endeavour to have a statewide coordinated approach. So it's pretty much along the same lines, that we develop an effective biosecurity plan as a matter of urgency, and draft to be brought back to the next Liveability Standing Committee, and that we approached the Army to help eradicate the number of pigs we are dealing with. And I was also going to suggest that we look at the disaster resilience funding as an actual, to see if we can actually use it to do that weed control at Cherbourg. Just to see if it's actually eligible. That was the other suggestion.
So I think, I think, Councillor, if you don't mind me saying, I think Councillor Shoemaker's motion has picked up pretty well everything you've said. And when we've got their stakeholders to include council's disaster management team, so I guess they would bring forward the funding options as well. I would have thought GMMA, because they've got that overview of that disaster response. So, but be guided by council.
Is it the disaster management team or the disaster recovery team?
That's really, you're not, yeah.
Recovery, social and economic recovery is part of council's disaster management team, so that was the intent.
I'm all good.
Thank you, councillor. So we'll go with that. Thanks, councillor Shoemaker. Do we have a seconder? A seconder for that? Yep. Okay, councillor Potter, thank you. Anything further? We're happy to go to the vote on this.
Sorry,
Councillor.
just wanted to know about the is it possible to look, I'm just really concerned that we're not going to have any funding to do that weed control. Is it something that we could look at through that funding?
Well, councillor, that's my resolution, was that we get a report brought back to the August meeting in 2 weeks' time as to funding options to look at that Parthidium weed.
Yeah,
So
because we have to, yeah, okay, because we'll have to get straight onto it in September. Otherwise,
well, that was the intent of my motion. Yeah, thank you. Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Very mindful of time. Just wanted to confirm with General Manager O'May if there were any concerns or issues in relation to this motion or any advice you'd like to add.
Thank you, councillor Shoemaker. General Manager O'May.
Yeah, through the chair. Yeah, so certainly the first motion with the mayor, so we'll, said to Jim, we've probably got a week to put that together. So we certainly will be, probably that higher level won't be down to specific strategies, but we'll do that. And some of these actions, like working with the biosecurity, will just, they'll happen over time. So they're not going to happen in the next 2 weeks. But no, I think it does, provide us some good scope to work forwards on.
Yeah, certainly with that advice, Mr Mayor, I'd like to commend the motion to the chamber.
Thank you, councillor. That concludes the debate. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. I'll now move that we adjourn for morning tea. Seconded, councillor Henson. Thank you. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. I'll move that we resume the meeting. Seconded, councillor Henson. Thank you. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Next item on the agenda is item 9.2, Natural Resource Management Operational Update. Recommendation is that the NRM operational update be received information. Do we have a mover? Councillor Shoemaker. Oh, sorry, Councillor Potter. Seconded, Councillor Henson. Any speakers? Questions? Observations? No? We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 9.3, Planning and Land Management Operational Update at page 50. Recommendation is there. I'll just get to that. That the Planning and Land Management Operation Update be received information. Do we have a mover? Councillor Henson, seconded. Councillor Potter, thank you. Speakers? Councillor Shoemaker.
I just had one question, just in relation to, I know we've done an extensive amount of work in relation to the Major Planning Scheme Amendment, and my question was just around some of the issues papers. I probably should have brought it up with Councillor Henson, just with the issues paper and the car parking report and those sorts of documents that were prepared and workshopped by council relevant to the planning scheme, are they able to be shared publicly or when we release the statement, or maybe that's a question on notice if you don't know. I just think there's some really relevant, pertinent information in there about changes that have been made that I know I've had a few people actually ask me about it, so about those changes, and I'm not sure if I can share that information with them, but I think they're very relevant tools.
Thank you, General Manager.
Yeah, it's true, Ms Mayor. Yeah, we'll just take the question on notice and provide a response through to councillors.
Okay, further speakers? Go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 9.4 is at 55. There is a recommendation provided to the committee that council approve the development permit for, would this be a recommendation, Mr CEO? The committee recommend to council. Yeah, thanks, Bree. The committee recommend to council that council approve the development permit for a reconfiguring of lot of lot 1 into 3 lots at Mount McEwen Road, Mount McEwen, described as lot 221 on FY 1361 and situated, applicant Bruce and Andrea Enning, care of ONF surveyors, and the information is as provided, as presented there. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, thank you. Seconder, Councillor Duff. Any speakers? Anything to clarify there, General Manager MA, that the committee should be aware of? Manager Lyle, thank you.
Through the chair, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the application's presented to council. There was one submission to the application. The concerns of this submission was addressed in the planning report from the applicant. Basically, the allotment subdivision follows the line of formed roads, and the boundaries are existing in fact, and the application was dealt with as a in relation to requiring public submissions because the allotments were less than what is normally required in a rural area. However, the lots are alienated from each other due to the roads, the existing roads that operate through the area. The submissions, there was an inquiry regarding the sighting, road access and sighting from roadways, and that was addressed by the applicant in the report. And so the report is presented for recommendation that it can be approved as an existing, as a subdivision, catering for existing, albeit in fact allotments that have been created over time.
Thank you, Manager. Okay, any questions or comments, councillors? If not, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour, carried unanimously. Thank you all. 10.1 is the Waste Management Portfolio Report, which is at 97. Well, it's recommended that the Waste Management Portfolio Report to Council be received for information. I think we'll take that as presented. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, seconder. Councillor Shoemaker, thank you. Speakers? Any information to highlight there, Manager?
Through the Mayor, the staff have been very busy in relation to the working with other collaborative with other councils in relation to the rocks, and so the information there provides details of what is happening there. There are some exciting projects ahead in relation to our funding opportunities that we receive, and council is aware of the funding for the Nango recycling, Nango transfer station and Weybridge, and so those projects will proceed when they're scoped up. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager. Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just noted in the report that it says that our neighbouring councillors from Fraser Coast and North Burnett participated in the inception meeting in Maryborough, and as part of the steering group on these projects, it's recommended that council nominate an elected member to be involved and provide feedbacks or suggestions to that meeting. I was just wondering if, you know, as part of this process, whether we as a council need to nominate, or whether we do that at our next standing committee meeting when we talk about portfolio representation, probably seeking some advice. But I think that's a wonderful opportunity that we have to take advantage of.
Through you, General Manager MA. Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so we're definitely looking for an elected member to be involved with this. Would fit with whoever takes on that portfolio. So, yeah, if you wanted to move a motion in this report, but that it be the waste portfolio holder be appointed to that, and then whoever ends up getting that Guernsey this afternoon can automatically join in.
So we won't get this one through, and then we'll come back to Councillor Shoemaker to address that matter. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I just want to say congratulations on starting those conversations with regards to Sherbrooke with the recycling, so thank you very much for that. I also want to point out that the arrangements for the waste, the cooking oil disposals in place. So I'd just like to follow up on that, whether that's something that's based at Kingaroy. The other one is the illegal dumping. 10 episodes early in July, 10 illegal dumping instances. So it's great that 7 of them were at the unmanned transfer station, and you can see here they've been cleaned up. There's still 2 yet to be cleaned up, but that's a lot of waste to be illegally dumped. I'm not too sure whether there's any more we can do in that space, but I see we're working with Gympie and Fraser Coast and Bundaberg sort of in Maryborough in that space, so that'll actually be quite interesting to see where that ends up. But can I just sort of find a little bit more about the waste cooking, because that's actually a really good story.
Yeah, thank you. Jen, I think you manager.
Through the Mayor. Look, I believe that's, if you, the question was where it was based, or I think it is based at Kingaroy, but I'll have to confirm that. It is certainly a good news story, but I can provide more information to Council at that notice. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, further speakers? Right, go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Councillor Shoemaker, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move that the waste portfolio holder be nominated as council's delegate for, I just want to confirm, is it the Wide Bay Burnett Regional Waste Management Plan Committee, or which steering committee?
Yep. Wide Bay Burnett Regional Waste Steering Committee.
Thank you. Waste Steering Committee, yep. And invited to the relevant meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Potter, thank you. Councillor Shoemaker, anything further to add? Thank you.
Certainly, I just think the opportunity to collaborate across local government borders is really, really important. The waste, the question mark around waste and the changing environment of waste, I think is something that we've, as elected representatives, we follow really closely, and that we're at the table learning, listening from each other and doing what we can to get the best outcomes for the people of our region. So very passionate about ensuring we're at the table, listening and working collaboratively. So I certainly commend the motion to the chamber.
Further speakers? To the vote, those in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you all. 10.2 is the Environment and Waste Services Operational Update at 99, where it's recommended that the update be received for information. Do we have a mover? Councillor Shoemaker, a seconder. Councillor Henson, thank you. Speakers? To the vote, those in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you all. 11.1, I'd now like to welcome Councillor Duff to provide her Rural Resilience, Parks and Gardens, Property and Facility Management and Indigenous Affairs Portfolio Report, which is 102. Thank you, Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. In the interest of time, I thought I might just summarise that we've got in Parks and Gardens, the horticulture staff from Parks crew participated in the Careers Expo held at the Kingaroy TAFE. Street Scrubber and EcoVac has completed cleaning of streets in CBD areas of Mergen, Wandai, Nanango, parts of Kingaroy and Proston, and I've noticed a huge improvement in the streets. I think it's wonderful. Park staff have participated in the tree and garden planning for Kingaroy Transformation Project and the Blackbutt Streetscape Project. Significant damage occurred to the pedestrian bridge in Memorial Park, Kingaroy in the recent rainfall event, and the pedestrian bridge will remain closed. An application has been prepared and submitted under the Community and Recreational Asset Recovery and Resilience Program for funding assistance. Clean-up of debris, mud and fallen trees has commenced in Pioneer Park after the flooding in Nanango. The aerodromes in 2022, technical inspection and OLS survey of the Kingaroy aerodrome was undertaken, and the report received by Council. The purpose of the technical inspection is to check for non-compliance with the standards of the Part 139 MOS and to identify any deterioration or defect in the condition of the movement, aerial or visual aids, related equipment. Then we've got 12 compliance issues and 7 observations have been made within this report. 7 of the compliance issues refer to the need to lop or remove trees that infringe the various OLS surfaces of the aerodrome. And 2 of the compliance issues refer to some minor maintenance that needs to be completed. In the dams, Bjelke-Petersen Dam had lots of visitors choosing to stay over the last month. Then we've got Madooma Dam had a club visit from Toowoomba. Finishing on a positive note, South Burnett Tourist Park's new promotional mechanised items that were ordered some months ago have started to arrive, which is now on display and for sale at both Madooma and Bjelke-Petersen Dam kiosks. Cemeteries general maintenance is continuing in all our cemeteries. The rail trail, during the month of July, the Kingaroy to Kilkeevan rail trail has received damage due to recent rainfall. Water washed over the bridge at Baramba Creek, causing the trail to be cut off again. Also, water continues to flow through Sawpit Creek, causing damage to the trail and crossing. But this section of the trail will remain closed and a side road is available to bypass this area. The BVRT has also received damage in recent rainfall events. Crossings have received damage and washed away rock and gravel, exposing the crossings walls and structure. The repair works have also been included in DTMR resilience program for flood damage. Property and facility management, the Mergen Squash Court upgrade has recently been completed by local contractors, and that was a good news story, and they're looking to have an opening of that. And then over the page, Corbett's fuel cell at Geelong will open for business on the 15th of August. Trucks are also continuing to utilise the hard stand in front of the fuel cell for a decoupling of trailers. Councillors and the Mayor met at Cumbia on the 18th of July to discuss with the community the security camera location, options for a dump point in the recreation reserve and location of the Christmas tree at the Cumbia Hall. Further meetings with the community will occur to progress this. Chingori community have been invited to a community meeting on the 8th of August to discuss future options for the hall and land. Madooma Museum and Heritage Association are very busy preparing for Scots in the Bush, which is on the 17th to the 21st of August, and tickets are on sale. Rural Resilience, we held a very successful Ag Network meeting, very well attended Ag Network meeting along with Baido in Wandai to talk about foot and mouth and lumpy skin disease. It was I think most got good feedback. There was a lot of people learnt a lot through that process. In Indigenous Affairs, Council was honoured to be able to provide support through our Indigenous Affairs funds to send the Turing Wonga dance group from Mergen State High School to attend the Creative Generation 2022 Creative Generation State Schools on stage. It's Queensland's largest annual youth performing arts program and provided students with exposure to the industry. And that concludes my report. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. You'll now move that be received.
Mr Mayor.
Good, thank you. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Potter. Speakers, Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, it's great that we were able to send the group to Creative Gen, but with regards to that creative generation, you know, I just wanted to be known that we had so many students from Kingaroy State High School and other schools around the area going to Creative Gen that had to pay out of their own pockets. One performer in particular had to attend Brisbane quite a few times because for the first time, I think in the history that I've known of Creative Gen, we actually had a local performer from the South Burnett that was actually one of their main, the main performers, which was absolutely fantastic. Now, Councillor Shoemaker, if I remember rightly, was that Kenzie? Yeah, Kenzie Campbell was that student from Kingaroy State High, and you know we should feel very privileged that for the first time in Creative Gen that we had one of our own students as one of the main performers, which was great. So in that, I would like to maybe council consider ways that we could help some of the schools and some of the students that do go down to Creative Gen, because it is an expensive exercise in the future, like we help the Taring Wonga dance group from Mergen State High. So I'd like us to consider that, maybe whether it's a change in our wording for community grants or things like that, but I'd like that to be, but that would probably have to be like a fast round or something like that, but I'd like for council to consider that one as well, please.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. General Manager, or perhaps Mr CEO, your thoughts on a process to consider that in the future?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Without saying, the group applied through it. There was an actual application filled in from the school and sent through. And I would think it'd be simple as if there's other schools involved, certainly promoting and getting the word out there, sending through a request. They can all be considered. There is the Indigenous Fund, and certainly would certainly second it or endorse Councillor Duff's comments. It was an honour to be able to support that group. But yeah, certainly would be more than willing to hear from any school that is participating in that. It's a magnificent program for the kids, and it's very, very competitive. So yeah, no, that other bit of news is certainly good news as well.
Thank you very much, Mr CEO. Councillor Henson, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you, thank you, Councillor Duff. I'd just like to touch on the Corbett's fuel cell at Geelong. I don't think I've seen so much excitement in a community and from traveller buyers. And me, for one, had pulled in there on Monday, and I did express in Chambers a few days ago, I think at the start of the week perhaps, or end of last week, I did call in there, and it's all hooked up. There's power at each of the cells, and put my card in and refused. And I thought, uh-oh, something's happened to my card. I went across to the store to be informed that as much as the power, and this is for the public as well, there's many people done the same thing with the Minar Park tourists that go there in caravanners that pass through. It's being programmed, and Councillor Duff, you've alluded to the 15th of August, Monday, and I'm sure it will be. They're programming it on Friday. The most anticipated thing there has just been fantastic. I go through there reasonably regularly. Just a note, and perhaps to take it on notice, there's a sign been put up on that decoupling area on the northern side of no entry, one way, exit I think only, and no entry. It is actually positioned in a place where it will be flattened by decoupling trucks. I wonder if we could take that on notice and see whether it could be shifted into a much more sensible position, because it's right where the trailers pull in on the northern side. And as I said, it will get flattened. It's a great area. Yes, there's some concern with if it gets full, where do we decouple? Honestly, the benefits of that cell in Geelong, people from 30 kilometres north, south, east and west are there. The people in the store, can I give the people in the store a quick plug as well? On the 13th of this month, which is this Saturday, from 1 p.m, the Geelong store is having an opening day. And I would encourage everybody and anybody, and Councillor Shoemaker, you might be able to come and celebrate your birthday out there. And I wish you well for Saturday on your day. They are going gangbusters. Their opening day, they've ramped their store up. I called in there on Sunday morning and there was cars lined up I could not count. And I thought, goodness me, what's happened? And it wasn't anything to do with a particular media event that's taken a lot of limelight off some of the positives in our district. Be it $40 million worth of negatives, but there was a birthday party up in Monogorilby and all the young people that pulled in at the store. The people from Minar, I went up to Minar, and the people that are coming back just so excited that they'll be able to get fuel at that facility, even though there's one up the road a little bit. That's a major crossroad and an entry point into our Burnett. So a big shout out to the store, a big shout out to that fuel cell. Much anticipated, and the opening on the, and part of the opening, may I also say, you don't have to drink to have a good time, but they have secured a facility there for being able to sell alcohol, be able to sell licensed alcohol there. That will be a one. It used to be there years ago, so they now have groceries there, they have a takeaway food outlet there, they have fuel there, and they have a licence for some beverages there. So that is just a huge tick on that crossroad and to those people in that community in the Geelong store. It is absolutely sensational, and they do make best pies and the best burgers there. So thank you, Councillor Duff. That is a much anticipated thing and an absolute win, and perhaps our media could take that on board, and we give a shout out to that fuel cell and that facility at the Geelong Crossroad, and perhaps also, if it's acceptable, to just give them a heads up for the Saturday the 13th from 1 p.m. onwards. We need not put your birthday in there, Councillor Shoemaker, but thank you, Councillor Duff.
Thank you. Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Councillor Henson, and certainly thank you for your passion for little communities like Geelong and our rural community. I always love listening to your useless pieces of information and the passion that you share in this chamber. I just wanted to congratulate the team. The photographs, the report here that demonstrated the damage in some of our parks has been extraordinary after the flood event. Thank you so much to the Parks and Gardens crew. I know there's still quite a lot of work to be done there from the looks of things, but you know, that's no easy task to bring those up to scratch where people can actually go and use the facility. So please pass on the thanks. And also, I was just so excited to read about the Mergen Squash Court and hear that there is an opening underway. It's been some years since I've played squash. I actually did hit my sister in the head with the racket, so I sort of haven't played since. But I do think it would be lovely to have a charity game or to invite somebody back, because I know that's been quite an enormous task to replace that facility, to repair it, and I think we really do need to celebrate that. Obviously, squash still has a core role to play in our community. People are very passionate about playing it, and I just think it'd be nice to do something maybe a little bit fun and quirky and try to help and back the PCYC in getting more people involved. So I don't know, I think anything we can do, Councillor Duff, to help you and your community with that one, definitely on board. I'd certainly love to see some sort of charity game or something where we get in there, but I don't think any of you would want to play squash with me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? Just congratulations to all involved in arranging the Ag Network meeting, including Baido, working with Council and our staff, and Biosecurity Inspector. DAF engagement with the community was very informative, and some of us, those councillors that were available, were able to attend, and it was certainly, I think we all agree, a worthwhile exercise. So congratulations to all involved. Anything to conclude, Councillor Duff?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Good, thank you. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 11.2, Mergen Administration Building Boundary Realignment. That's at 105. We do have a recommendation there that the committee recommend to Council, as presented, items 1 through to 3. I think we'll just take that as presented, and we'll seek a mover on that. Councillor Shoemaker, thank you. Seconded, Councillor Duff. Speakers, Councillor Potter.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I actually thought we had to look at the different options and choose an option when I was reading through this. So, and I'd really like.
My apologies. Sorry.
Yeah, so
well, we might go
I'm
back.
just reading through this.
Yes.
So my choice would probably be option 2.A, but I would like to hear back from Manager Leanne or GM O'May with regards to this.
Certainly. Thank you, Councillor. Through you, General Manager. Thank you.
Yeah, happy for the manager to take the question.
Thank you, councillors. As you can see, that we have worked through the report and provided a number of options in the report for council to consider. And then what we've done is put forward the recommendation that we think is suitable for council. The difficulty with this particular site is that it is challenging because of the land tenure. So council doesn't hold the parcel of land in freehold. It's actually a reserve for local government purposes. So therefore, we've had to work through a number of options there to try to work out a suitable outcome for both council and the RSL. So happy to talk through each of the options if need to get council's understanding of your options for consideration.
Yeah, thank you. That'd be appreciated. Thank you, Manager.
Yep, so I'm just working through, Councillor Duff and myself met with the RSL a little while ago, and we thought it was going to be quite a straightforward process where the RSL are really keen to resolve the matter where there is a small encroachment, and you'll see on the map attached to the report that there's two different types of encroachment. There's encroachment of council's activities, including a footpath, a hedge and a car park that encroaches onto what was the old rail trail land, but it's been recently purchased by the RSL. So some of our facilities encroach on that parcel of land. And at the back of the allotment 110, we've got a small encroachment of a retaining wall from the RSL, which is very minor encroachment, but however, it's still an encroachment that needs to be sorted out. The RSL were very much keen to give council the parcel of land, or the land where we've got our infrastructure, and likewise we were very keen to gift the little bit of encroachment of where the retaining wall is. But unfortunately, it's not as easy as that, because you've got to sort out the tenure as such, because it's a reserve. So really what we need to do is, in the option one, is either apply to the Department of Resources for a deed of grant over lot 2, and there's a cost for that, which is a purchase price to purchase that parcel of land. Once the title is issued, then we lodge a planning application to realign the boundaries and resurvey the 3 allotments and finalise the title corrections with that, because then we'd own the parcel of land and we could tidy it up. So that is the most straightforward process for council and the community. However, there's a cost that we would incur in purchasing the actual reserve to do that. Option 2 is lodge a planning application to subdivide the RSL's lot 101 and acquire separate title for part of that lot. Then resurvey the allotment and finalise the correct title corrections. Once again, the reserve remains intact, and then council holds an additional lot in freehold. So then you sort of have this little small parcel of land then that we own in freehold. So that's a little bit ugly as well. And then the RSL would need to apply to the Department of Resources to acquire the part of the reserve where they've got their slither of encroachment. So once again, a complicated process for them to go through. We're not sure, but the department may actually require the RSL to actually purchase that smaller bit of land from the Department of Resources. Or option 2A, council could apply to DNR to include the freehold parcel into the existing reserve. So if we go ahead and acquire that little piece of land and purchase it outright, then we'd actually amalgamate it within the entire reserve. So that would tidy up, so we don't actually own this little slither of freehold land. Option 3, council removes its improvements from the encroachment area of the RSL land. So where we've got that footpath, the hedge and the car park, we remove that and tidy up the car park and put all of our infrastructure on the true parcel of land. There would be no requirement to make application to the Department of Resources, because we've got all our assets sitting on the true parcel of land. The cost, we actually worked with infrastructure and developed a costing of just making that happen with a new curb and channel, footpath, and tidy up the car park layout, and that would be a cost of $24,000. No further action is required to then, acquire the part of land from the RSL, but we still have this small slither of land at the back where the RSL encroach onto the parcel of land. So that would be something that we could work through. My suggestion is, for that to happen, we would just do up in an agreement with the RSL that we're happy for the retaining wall to stay where it is. Or the RSL could make application to the Department of Natural Resources and acquire that part of the reserve. So lots of items there to consider. I mean, the tidiest approach for the future, working forward, is obviously option 1. We acquire the land, purchase it outright, and then we do the appropriate changes and planning application and realign the boundaries to the true and correct boundary based on the infrastructure, but that comes at a cost. The other item to consider with option 1 is that the council can then make an application to the Department of Resources for a cost sharing of that land. So there's a policy that's attached to the report. what's happened in the past is you make application to the department. It's generally about a 50% reduction that they give you in the purchase price once all the legals and everything is taken out. So if the land is valued at, say, 55,000, we would be paying only half of that cost. So you pay for it up front and then you make application to the department for 50% of the reimbursement. And there's a policy there, and we've done that in the past on other land matters. So that's just running through the options, Mr Mayor, if there's any questions.
Yes, thank you, Major. Very good. Councillor Potter.
Yes. Get the feeling of deja vu. It's a little bit like Nanango's sometimes. So with regards to this, there's also the issue of the water meter as well. If you look down further, the water meter, if the land is not subdivided correctly, the water meter will actually be have to be replaced. Otherwise, it's in the RSL side of things. So we've got that one to do as well. So look, I'm quite happy to take, but that on option 1, so we're buying the land from the RSL then, or are we buying the land from the Department of Resource? From the department? Second option.
Item that you just mentioned, we
Yep,
would be buying
Department
it
of
from
Resources.
the Department of Resources, and we would own it in freehold, and then we go about sorting out the land tenure, sorting out the realignment of the allotments to the boundaries that we require them to be on, and that would be at our cost.
Okay, so by doing that particular one, that means that at a later date, if we decided to do something with the Mergen council chambers, if we decided to build elsewhere or something like that, that would give us the option to sell that block off ourselves then. Am I correct in saying that? Okay, it's a lot of money, Mr Mayor, but yeah, it's I think it's something we need to do, and we need to do it as soon as possible.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think we do need to stick with option 1, because if we just remove our infrastructure and move back, there's not really enough. Like it's enough that it will be cause issues, because we do already struggle with parking there. There's not enough room in any case. So if we have to move back, I think it's going to be challenging. So I do support option 1, even though it is at a cost. Long term, it'll be a much better outcome.
Okay, Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for the rundown. There was quite a lot in that report. I just did want to ask, the land, so the land that the RSL has, they currently own separate to this. So this is just the figuring out the boundaries and making sure that we're clear on where our boundary is. And just the implications for us once that happens from an infrastructure point of view, that does the hedge and the footpath and those sorts of things need to go, or would we kind of keep that intact? Or I'm just, yeah.
Yep, sorry for it is difficult to get your head around. If we purchase the allotment outright and we own the parcel of land, then we would go through an realignment process. So do a realignment process, and therefore the car park hedge and footpath would not need to be moved. We would leave it there and just do a boundary realignment. And that way we protect our infrastructure. It's exactly what the RSL want as well. They had no intentions of pushing us through this process. They were just trying to protect our infrastructure, but they just want to make sure there is that we've all got our infrastructure on the correct allotments. And then, yes, we would also sort out the little piece at the back where their retaining wall is. They certainly don't want to see their retaining wall over the boundary alignment. In years to come, if people do a survey or want to modify that retaining wall, then it looks like it was, it's always been built on the wrong alignment. So it's just nice to tidy it all up at once.
My only supplementary question, just in terms of that opportunity to go for the reimbursement, does that have to be captured in the motion, or that would just be part of process?
Happy for it. We would just do it as part of the process.
Yep.
Yep.
No, based on that Yeah, my only other question was just in relation to the $40,000 current budget provisions, or how would we actually cover the cost of that? Where would that come from? Do we know?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah. This afternoon we'll go through the restricted cash, but there is restricted cash in the land, so I would suspect that that's where it would come out. Where we've had proceeds from sale of previous land would be the logical spot.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the report. I'm absolutely in support of the option put forward.
Thank you, councillor. Further speakers? Okay, shall we go to the vote? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Thank you, manager, for your work on that. The next item is 11.3, gift of land, Returned Services League Kingaroy at 124. Through you, General Manager O'May. Manager, would you be so kind as to provide us with an introduction to your report? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this is a report that we've prepared on the basically on the outcome of some of your previous community engagement day on the 11th of July, where the RSL made a presentation to council looking for a partnership approach to doing a residential development. One of the sites there was consideration was Pound Street. There could be other parcels of land through other investigations that's noted there in the report that we've brought forward, that you may also consider looking at Alfred Street. So, yeah, our recommendation was to investigate further the availability of council land to transfer to the RSL for this purpose.
Okay, as a result of that, we do have a recommendation as presented. Do we have a councillor prepared to move that? Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Councillor Potter has seconded. Speakers, Councillor Shoemaker, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly appreciate the presentation that RSL presented, and certainly appreciate also the work they do in trying to house veterans in our community, and that this project really, from what I understood, was really about trying to provide more housing options or investigate those options for affordable housing for veterans in our community. So I think it's very important that we do actually have, investigate what land we do have available. I know I've been through the land register myself, and there's really not a lot there that may be suitable. I do, however, I am excited to see that you have identified Earl Park here, Alfred Street Earl Park. I know there is quite a bit of work to do around that in terms of tenure and discussions with the community, and you know, that would be quite a big project. I'm also very aware of drainage issues in that area, and but with all of that in mind, I think it is an option worth exploring. So I'm in support of this motion, because basically we are just looking through that register, continuing that conversation, and it does bring me comfort that the team here can work with the RSL to have a look at what we may or may not be able to do, and give them some direction in that regard, because I think they absolutely need that. They've identified a number of veterans that are struggling for housing in our region, and you know, I'm so inspired by the fact that they are actually keen to do something about that and to continue to grow their asset base here. I think as a council we need to do what we can to support them in those conversations, and certainly if this doesn't present fruit, then perhaps there are other ways that we can support them as well. So very supportive of this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, councillor. Further speakers? Now, we happy to go to the vote? Okay, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 11.4, Community and Lifestyle Operational Update. That is at page 126, where the update is has been provided, and it's recommended to be received for information. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, seconded. Councillor Henson. Speakers? To the vote, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 11.5, Grant Application Tourism Experience Development Fund at 132. Through you, General Manager O'May, would you be so kind as to, with Manager Jennifer, provide an introduction to the committee? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is a grant opportunity that's come across to council. We've communicated and been working with our dam managers to identify capital works projects at our dams that are going to enhance a customer service experience, customer experience. Originally, the capital works plan was to look at repainting the manager's quarters and those sorts of assets there. So we'd like to amend that plan to look at these projects, so installing the 9 air conditioners, the vinyl on the kiosk kitchen, sand and polish the kiosk public area, purchase and install some new carports, a shower accommodation in the contractor's facility, and do some improvements to the Munduma kiosk. So this grant, we have to have a minimum of $200,000 in project costs. We are eligible then to get 25% grant funding, so council's offering, we have to contribute 75%, the grant funder will supply 25%. We have a budget of $127,000 already in our capital works program, so just looking for council's consideration to apply for this grant and I guess stretch our capital works program a little bit further.
Thank you, Manager. We have the General Manager's recommendation there. The committee recommends to Council that Council develop and submit an application to the Tourism Experience Development Fund for the following capital works plan as listed there, totalling $200,000. Secondly, that the current capital works program allocation of $127,000 be earmarked for this project. And subject to the grant application being approved, an additional $23,000 be provided in the first quarter capital budget review to fund Council's portion of the total project costs. In other words, 75%, $150,000 of the total project costs, so $150,000 of the $200,000. That should the grant application be unsuccessful, a revised capital works program be prepared with a reduced scope of works matching the original budget allocation of $127,000. We have a mover, Councillor Shoemaker, seconded Councillor Duff. Speakers, Councillor Shoemaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to acknowledge and thank the team for bringing this forward. I think it's great to see that sort of momentum building in our council. We're getting very hungry for grant opportunities and looking for them. And I can see this is a great opportunity, as Manager Jennifer has said, to leverage our ratepayers' dollars and make them stretch further. Also very mindful that when we look at the stats here, you know, BP Dam for the month of July had 226 days in the cabins. I'm assuming that's nights or people, but that's pretty impressive stats. And over the course of last year, and even with COVID, we've seen enormous surge in people actually wanting to stay and use our dam facilities. So I think we're all on the same page in terms of wanting to invest in them, bring them up to a condition that really does encourage people to stay another night in the South Burnett, as Visit South Burnett would say. And I think this is just an exciting project to really leverage the dollars that we've already earmarked for our capital works program and stretch them a bit further. Certainly supportive of the application and really do hope to see we may actually get some grant funds into that facility. I think this would only just be a start, to be honest. I think there are plenty of other opportunities as we continue to build momentum around these assets that are worth investigating. So thank you for bringing it forward, fully supportive of the recommendation. I think it does make sense to provide the extra capital so that we can actually go for the $200,000 allocation.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Duff. Councillor Duff, and then back to Councillor Henson. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah. Yes, this is an opportunity to get those carports. So I know that was a priority of the manager when we met out there at BP Dam. So hopefully we get that funding. And I also think into the future we probably need to do a master plan of that whole BP Dam facility, because there was the day we went out there was that many different projects and things that needed to happen out there to get. It'd be good to do a plan and prioritise the what needs to happen there, so we could keep work actually gradually making it happen. Because yeah, as I said, those carports are absolutely urgent. So really keen to see this supported. Thank you.
Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. Yes, just a little bit of clarity. The purchase and installation of the new carports, that would be the 9 or the 10, I think, that we discussed on the day that we went out there with Manager Lowe. What a wonderful result that would be, you know, in the event that we receive this grant funding, when only a few weeks ago we were debating here in chambers that could we, should we, can we, can't we, and all of that. In the event of getting this grant funding, that would be absolutely sensational for an injection into there when we have funds available. And I just ask in relation to a development plan there, or certainly for that facility, and I think, and certainly take it on notice, that directed at you, Manager Lowe, in relation where we walked that day, and drainage and some roadwork / gravelling there around those cabins would be something that needed to be looked at in a future project. As Councillor Duff has said, you know, there's things to prioritise there, but what a wonderful result this would be in the event that we receive this funding, because it ticks a lot of boxes that we walked around and stated that if we can get grant funding for it, and here's an opportunity. So, yeah, that's just another observation, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? Okay. Nothing to conclude, Councillor Shoemaker. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, next one is 11.6, renewal of licence to occupy Baramba End District Aero Club, Hangar 6 at 135. Thank you, Manager.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. You'll see that there's 3 licences on this month's agenda for the Baramba District Aero Club. This one is for Hangar 6, located in the Wondai Aerodrome. The rental proposed is essentially the current rental schedule that they're on now. It is above the usual community leasing arrangement because it is a hangar, and due to the nature of assigning of licences at aerodromes, it's not at a full commercial rate, but it's not at the community level either. So at some point, if the Aero Club wish to assign that licence to a private individual, council can still receive some income from that hangar. And all the other terms and conditions are in accordance with our standard licence to occupy for aerodromes. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager. So the recommendation is that the committee recommend to Council that South Bennett Regional Council, in accordance with section 236(1)(b)(2) of the Local Government Regulation 2012, enter into a licence to occupy with the Baramba District Aero Club Incorporated for Hangar 6 as part of Lot 5 on RP 83495 for a term of 5 years with an option for 5 years for a rental amount of $155.12 plus GST with annual CPI reviews. And South Bennett Regional Council delegates to the Chief Executive Officer the power to negotiate, finalise and execute the licence to occupy between Council and the Baramba District Aero Club Incorporated on terms and conditions the Chief Executive Officer considers are satisfactory to Council. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff. Second to Councillor Potter. Speakers? Councillor Duff? No? Councillor Henson? Thank you.
Yeah, just quickly, Mr Mayor, through you. It states the rental of the first year of the new term is a continuation. Just for interest's sake, how long have they had a lease arrangement in that hangar? I'm fully supportive of this. I just, for a bit of my useless information, how long have they been there previously?
Sure. Through you, Mr Mayor, the original licence was commenced in 2014. It's my understanding, though, the club were probably active in the aerodrome well before that. It was just the first time it was formalised, I guess.
Thank you. Yeah, that's fine. That's just interesting to know. And yeah, wish them all the best. That's a great thing.
Further speakers? To the vote, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 11.7, renewal of lease, Queensland Police Citizens Youth Welfare Association, PCYC at 138. We'll stay with you, Manager. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This is just a renewal of the lease between Council and the PCYC in Bergen. It's at the community rental of $75 for a term of 10 years. That's a fairly standard term for a recreational lease that we have across all our leases. It is for lease areas D, F and J, which is very hard, I appreciate, on the survey plans to understand, but it's basically the bottom floor, the upstairs gym and part of just outside of the building from memory. And the PCYC are very keen just to finalise the renewal of the lease. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager. So the recommendation coming forward is that the committee recommend to Council that South Bennett Regional Council, in accordance with section 236(1)(b)(2) of the Local Government Regulation 2012, enter into a trustee lease with the Queensland Police Citizens Association for part of Lot 7 on SP 217287, known as Lease Area D, F and J, for a term of 10 years for rental amount of $75 per annum GST exclusive. South Burnett Regional Council delegates to the Chief Executive Officer the power to negotiate, finalise and execute the trustee lease between Council and the Queensland Police Citizens Youth Welfare Association on terms and conditions the Chief Executive Officer reasonably considers are satisfactory to Council. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, seconded Councillor Potter. Speakers? Councillor Duff, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I think that we're very lucky to have a PCYC in the South Burnett, and they do a fantastic job. And Renee, the manager there, just always looking for opportunities to support the youth, particularly across our region, as well as lots of other programs. Just the other day, I was at where they were running a wheelchair event for disability, and also offered participation for non-disabled people. So I'm keen to help support that, but just wonderful programs. And I just wondered if Manager Jennifer would just point out about there's a condition of the lease about the maintenance. I think we maintain above a certain level, and the PCYC maintain below. So if you'd just like to let the council know that, just for interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Yes, there's a few actual special conditions that are probably different due to the, I guess, the construction of the building. So council will continue to maintain lighting that is above 3 metres. So there's some big lights above the courts. So it's council's responsibility to replace those light bulbs there. The external of the painting of the building stays with council. In this particular lease, we've included a schedule at the back just to make administration of the lease a little bit simpler as well. And the council does retain the right to use the PCYC for plebiscites and emergencies, and the Mergen Show Society also retains the opportunity to use that as their show pavilion for the week of the show.
Thank you, Manager. Further speakers? Councillor Shoemaker, thank you.
Yeah, that was only really, my question was just in relation to the repairs or maintenance, or so in terms of is there actually an asset management plan for that facility? Is one of my questions in terms of that painting schedule and those sorts of things that longer term's capital work's needed. I'm just so mindful it's such an ageing facility. It's a big facility and it's so beyond our capacity to keep at a level that really we need to. So I'm just mindful of locking into a $75 lease. I think I'm absolutely backing and supporting PCYC, but yeah, just would like a bit more clarity.
Sure. So we don't have a specific asset management plan just for PCYC. We have an overall buildings asset management plan for all of council's building assets. In that asset management plan, there's a 10-year program of how we're going to distribute funds on our priority projects across that 10 years for building assets. So that's where we would pick up priorities like repainting the building, re-roofing, and some of those major capital improvements that need to happen to the building as such, but not an individual report necessarily for that specific building. But I would feel comfortable at the moment with the asset management plan that we do have for buildings, that the 10-year program is set there. We've done a lot of work over the last 2 years in preparing the priorities in that plan, and then every year we get to reconsider those priorities and rediscuss as things occur in the building. Things do change in the building, as well as utilisation and the needs for the community. So we do have that flexibility to readdress that capital works 10-year program each year.
Yeah, thank you for the context.
Yes, thank you, Manager. Further speakers? Okay, nothing to close, Councillor Duff. Okay, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour, carry unanimously. Thank you all. 11.8, renewal of licence to occupy Barambaran District Aero Club, general purpose area terminal building at 143. Thank you, Manager.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This is a licence to occupy. It is a renewal for the area located in the terminal building at the Bondi Aerodrome. The club use the area just as a sort of a respite when they're holding functions. They put toast in the toaster there and run the kettle, that sort of thing. and have access to the toilet. The rental has moved from the original licence was $1, has moved to our to council's standard community leasing amount. The club are comfortable with that.
Thank you, Manager. Recommendation is the committee recommend to council that South Bennett Regional Council, is in accordance with section 236(1)(b)(2) of the Local Government Regulation 2012, enter into a licence to occupy with the Bramber District Aero Club Incorporated for general purpose area part of Lot 5 on RP 83495 for a term of 5 years, with an option for 5 years, with a rental amount of $75 per annum plus GST. South Bennett Regional Council delegates to the Chief Executive Officer the power to negotiate, finalise and execute the licence to occupy between Council and the Bramber District Aero Club Incorporated on terms and conditions the Chief Executive Officer considers are satisfactory to Council. Do we have a mover? Yes, Councillor Duff, second Councillor Shoemaker. Speakers? Councillor Henson, thank you.
Just a question through you, Mr Mayor. In relation to the previous licence to occupy, and we have the same paragraphs, but in the previous recommendation, it states both options. Can I just ask, in the first one, a rental amount of 155 plus GST with annual CPI reviews, but that's not in this second recommendation. Can I just explain that to me?
So this particular licence, the purpose behind this licence is about community use. So where I guess it's more aligned to any other club within the region using a council asset for community use. That's why there's no CPI increase, because it's a community lease. And the purpose is about for them together have a meeting room there, whereas the other one was for the purpose of a hangar and storing aircraft.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, that's all I wanted, was just the clarity, and I can understand that with one being a hangar and one being a community area. So thank you.
Thank you, Manager. Further speakers? Okay, we go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 11.9, renewal of licence to occupy Baramba and District Aero Club Aerodrome Building at 146. Thank you, Manager.
So this particular licence is similar to Hangar 6, except instead of having a hangar in the licence area, it's a Aero Club building. The rental for it is a continuation of the previous rental arrangements, and therefore that's why the rental has a CPI indexed increase as well.
Thank you, Manager. Recommendation to the committee is that committee recommend to council that South Bennett Regional Council, in accordance with section 236(1)(b)(2) of the Local Government Regulation 2012, enter into a licence to occupy with the Bramber District Aero Club Incorporated for the Aero Club building part of Lot 5 on RP 83495 for a term of 5 years, with an option for 5 years, for a rental amount of $254.22 per annum plus GST, with an annual CPI indexed increase. South Bennett Regional Council delegates to the Chief Executive Officer the power to negotiate, finalise and execute the licence to occupy between Council and the Bramber District Aero Club Incorporated on terms and conditions the Chief Executive Officer considers are satisfactory to Council. Do we have a mover? Thank you. Councillor Henson, thank you, and seconded by Councillor Potter. Okay, speakers? Councillor Henson? No? Councillor Shoemaker, thank you.
Just had a question. The rental amount of $264.22 per annum is just a very specific amount. I just wondered how you came to that calculation.
Sure. So the original licence from 2014 was started at our base amount, and CPI has been used each year after that. So that's why it's a nice random number. And so instead of, I guess, changing that and negotiating with the club, we just said we'll use that as our first term rent for the new licence and just keep adding CPI. So basically, as far as the club's concerned, it's just a continuation of the current arrangements.
Thank you, Manager. Stay with Councillor Shoemaker. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that clarity. I think it's really important. I know we've had a number of other facilities that have been rented by different clubs and they've been quite scrutinised quite heavily. So I just really appreciate the context around how that figure was calculated. I think $264 for a club. I guess my thinking is it's still a community group with community aspirations and interests, and they're adding to the vibrancy of our community. So with that all in mind, I'm thinking that's fair and reasonable recommendation. Thank you.
Councillor Duff.
Through Mr Mayor, I just think we should make it $75. I just think for consistency, every other one is $75. Why would we just because we did before? I thought we were trying to tidy all this up and just get it consistent. I just think, I mean, the club's not going to argue if it was 75 as opposed to 264 because it's less, but just for consistency and yeah, like I just can't see why we would just keep doing that because we've done it before.
Councillor, yeah, thanks. So through you, General Manager Romain, perhaps to you, Manager. So perhaps you could articulate to the committee the difference between this one and the previous one, which I think was the terminal building, wasn't it? So if you could explain perhaps the technical difference there, thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Mr Mayor. The council essentially owns the terminal building, and part of the licence I'll ask the club to seek our consent if they want to do any works on that building, very similar to community lease. For the aerodrome building, council is only licensing the land, the club owns the building. If in future that the club wish to sell that building off or assign that lease, it gets treated more like a hangar licence to occupy, and therefore if we were to have a licence that was reflective of community leasing and it was assigned, then council could then only in the future receive that $75, even though it goes to a commercial entity. If that happened, I mean, I have every faith that in 10 years' time the Aero Club will probably still be there doing what they're doing, but that's I guess the reasoning why that is at that rental. The other probably thing to note is the reason the council can't combine those three licenses together is because of the different purposes, and because if we did, then we might limit future opportunity for the club to I guess assign those licenses out if they wanted to. Whereas the terminal building, it can't really be assigned because they don't own the building.
Thank you, Manager. Okay, you comfortable with that, Councillor Duff?
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, further speakers? Shall we go to the vote? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, we're up to the Facilities and Parks operational update at 150. We have that as provided, and it's recommended that the Facilities and Parks operational update be received for information. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, seconded Councillor Henson. Speakers? Councillor Shoemaker.
Just a question. I can see here the update in relation to the Kingaroy Memorial Park and Memorial Swimming Pool Master Plan, and have noted that there'll be a presentation to Council on the 24th of August. I just wondered from like the timelines following that, because I know we've created quite a lot of interest in our community. People are talking about the park, and certainly after the recent damage, I think that closure of the pedestrian bridge has been a real challenge for a number of users. I've heard that. And I think people are thinking about that park space. I'm just keen to sort of hear a bit of an update in terms of the project plan, presentation to council, and then what from there.
Thank you, Manager.
Most definitely. I just need to confirm the 24th of August, with the CEO being away. We do need to look at the schedule. I know that there's a number of workshops that have got priority, so we just need to confirm a suitable date. Just be mindful that may be pushed out another week yet. But certainly the process for Memorial Park, once we receive the draft designs, the intent of the workshop is to actually give a council an overview and a bit of an update where you will also have input into that concept. The contractor will go away and prepare the final design drawings based on the feedback that is presented and provided by councillors. And then probably about 6 weeks after that workshop, we would be going out to community and running a further community consultation process where we would meet with all of those user groups again and have some sessions in the park displays in town here where people would be able to access some of the design drawings. We were also really keen to develop a 3D fly-through of the park with its new concept so people can actually visualise what it may look like in a 3D format. So we're keen to make sure that we give the consultants time to develop that, and that's why we're sort of saying 6 weeks after the presentation to councillors we would be keen to roll out further community consultation.
Thank you. And just maybe a question on notice. I'm just mindful around the timeframes and how long it, actually getting started on a project like this. I know the engagement piece is so critical, and it's, I know, a big part of the master planning process, bringing everybody on board, getting everybody in the tent, making sure we're all clear in terms of the vision for the park. I just wondered if in any of the work or any of the information that you've seen come through, if there are any upcoming funding grants or opportunities that we should be aiming this sort of work toward. I'm just mindful, we've just had the federal election. I'm not sure if there'll be a Building Better Regions grant announced soon, but I know when these grant rounds come up, it's just pull out all stops to get an application in. I think this one's shaping up to be a really great application for a resources community grant or something where we might be able to get a stage. I know we've put some money in the Works for Queensland allocation that we have since taken some money from for the Tipperary Flat Park. So I'm just mindful of any grant opportunities, or if we should be aiming for specific timeframes, if you're aware of any or have any in mind.
Most definitely would take that on notice. It's something that we're certainly very keen to keep looking out for. Yep.
Thank you, Manager. Further speakers? Okay, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, next one is the update on damage to parks and weather after the weather events. 161. Thank you, Manager.
Councillors, we just prepared this report for your information, just to give you an update on the actual damage across the region and the works that our Parks and Gardens team are working on. Kingaroy, as we've discussed, has extensive damage to that pedestrian bridge. We are trying to look at options to just get that through temporarily, because once again in the concept plans we're looking at something a little bit different for that pedestrian bridge, so it would be nice to actually not just do repairs, but we could be actually starting to move to a new footbridge that would be complementary to the concept plan. So we're just trying to work through that. And certainly the damage in the Nango, we have yet to get to those footbridges. That would be happening this week. We're hoping to just wait for some of the water to recede and the site to dry out for some of our machinery to get there, but there are a number of trees and debris down through Pioneer Park, so we're keen to get in and clean some of that up. And we're looking at obviously some of the funding opportunities for that flood recovery works.
Thank you, Manager. Okay, so it's recommended that the information be received. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, seconded Councillor Shoemaker. Thank you. Speakers? Councillor Duff.
Through Mr. Mayor, just wondering, with that, there was an opportunity, I thought, to get some funding for the Dingo Creek Park for that, for the resurfacing and also the rail trail. What happened with that through that disaster funding?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So yes, there's actually two funding applications we've already put in. So we put an expression of interest process through a community and recreational assets fund. I think that closed early July. So that was the we had talked about that one previously, headed by Sport and Rec. So we put it under that community and rec funding. There was one closed about a week ago, another one through QRA, which we put in again for both the rail trail, the Dingo Creek. We threw the Memorial Park bridge on it because I think it was damaged about 3 days or 4 days before it closed. So it was the last minute we threw it in that application. As Manager Peterson talked about, there are other bridges and that we can't inspect yet that we will look at getting funding in. So we have put but yeah, we've already put two express of interest through those through QRA for those assets. So we're just yet to hear on those, but we hopefully we might get two lots of funding for them. We don't really care where, but as long as we can find some funding.
Thank you, General Manager. Further speakers, Councillor Shoemaker.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just a question. I was just talking with some rail trail users. There's still so many people coming through our region wanting to access that rail trail. I'm not entirely sure. I don't use that section of the rail trail very much around Baramba Creek, but I just wondered, do we have adequate signage up? They were somewhat confused about what areas they could use on the rail trail and what areas they couldn't. And I know in my time in the Visitor Information Centre in Mergen, it was very lucky that there was actually one of the volunteers had a very good understanding of the rail trail. But I was just mindful as a user, like I know I used it a couple of weeks ago in the Kingaroy end, there was actually no signage or anything that sort of said on the Kingaroy end that I use that, you can't go any further. I'm not sure. I only certainly got to Mamarambi, so, I'm mindful that I'm not up to those long rides. I'm just wondering if there is adequate signage or whether we need to look at that, just to let people know that what sections are closed, where they can. Because I'm mindful people come here with a plan to ride from one end to the other and they camp at different spots. I'm just not sure what we've got there, just to keep people informed.
Yeah, through Ms. Mayor. Yeah, so we do. So our biggest issue is generally there between Wondai and Mergen, if the Baramba Creek is flowing, so that will cut there. Then beyond Mergen to Gameri is often can be out, and people are doing the detour out on the road. But generally we do sign it, but more at that end. If you weren't aware and rode from Kingaroy trying to go to Mergen, you might get caught. But there's usually media put out when it's closed and links back to the website. But yeah, we can certainly look at improvements and just look at options where we can to make sure people are aware. We do tend to try and get media out, particularly using social media, but we don't have signage at the start here that it's closed at Wondai.
No, fully appreciate the work that you do in that regard. I know I see the media. If I was just somebody travelling through with my push bike, I may not. So I just appreciate you maybe considering that. It's not something that by all means I think is urgent, but I'm very mindful of the number of people that travel for that trail, and if you were coming from this end, there's certainly no indication that you can't keep going. Appreciate your work on that, General Manager O'May.
Okay, further speakers? We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 11.12, Boondooma Homestead Conservation Management Plan at 166. Thank you, Manager.
Councillors, just to give you an update, Boondooma Homestead Conservation Management Plan, we have had a presentation previously to council from the consultants, and from that we've also had some sessions with the Boondooma Homestead Committee. From that, there's been a number of people that have provided feedback, including officers of council, councillors and the community. That feedback has been taken on board. We've made modifications and updates to the Conservation Management Plan. Some of those are dot pointed in the actual report there for council to consider. Some of the amendments and changes that we have made to improve the Conservation Management Plan. The Boondooma Homestead have adopted this plan as a guide to help them prioritise future works on the historical heritage site. So where we're at with this plan is also having council to endorse this plan as well for our heritage asset. And this will guide us in future management of maintenance and conservation works. And also it would be a plan that we would use to assist us in writing some of those grant applications for heritage funding. As in the past, when we have done that, we have received feedback from some of the funding bodies that because we didn't have a conservation management plan in place, we weren't considered as high priority in the allocation of funds. So we're actually hoping now with the conservation management plan that will assist both council and the community in obtaining some of those heritage grants. So the report has been prepared for council to consider actually endorsing the conservation management plan as well, and we would use that in future discussions and prioritisation of works out there.
Thank you, Manager. So it's proposed that the committee recommend to council that Boondooma Homestead Conservation Management Plan is endorsed as the principal guiding tool for the owners and managers of Boondooma Homestead to direct the future management, maintenance and conservation works, adaptive reuse, new works, potential future uses and interpretation of the heritage place. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, seconder, Councillor Henson. Thank you. Speakers, Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I was just wondering, it's a very, very large document. I'm just wondering where in this is there a list of the priorities identified and in a summary of some sort, so that if somebody got hold of that and they wanted to just get a quick overview of what projects are priorities to address, or is it just you have to read the whole? I think it's about 400 pages.
Most definitely, and that was part of our feedback, wasn't it, to the consultants, that we found it a very difficult document to work through. It is a lot of it is also explaining the history and why it's such an important site. So certainly the first section of the plan is really about that. But if you refer to Appendix A, that is the prioritisation of the maintenance schedule. So that's where we would be really going to for that prioritisation of works.
Thank you, Manager. Anything further, Councillor Duff?
Mr Mayor,
No?
thank
Okay,
you.
move on. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you. It is some excellent bedtime reading, I have to admit. It's a really comprehensive plan, and I am excited about the fact that we will be able to access more funding opportunities because we have ticked this box and now have the plan in place. It also really demonstrates how incredible, that's what I got out of reading it, how incredible the facility is. Like, how fortunate are we to have such an incredible site and facility in our region. I did go over the maintenance schedule that was added to the appendix, and I do think that's fantastic. I think the detail, as Councillor Duff has demonstrated, is the management plan is quite comprehensive in detail, and to see the maintenance schedule, it's a much more easier sort of read. I'm mindful of the cyclical maintenance plan, and I'm mindful of the many recommendations here, and I'm mindful of ensuring that we have actually budgeted or forecasted expenditure to those maintenance office items, and I can see that as a bit of a risk for council, because if we adopt this plan, we're adopting this maintenance program and schedule. Am I clear in my understanding of that, General Manager Leanne, or are we able to just pick and choose like we do? And I know I'm on the fence here. I think this is a facility where we do have to get hungry for grants. We definitely have to fund it. You know, it's an incredible facility. I'm just mindful. I think there's a bit more work here to be done for our council, no doubt, around the forecasting, the budget implications of the plan, and actually making sure we adhere to some of this advice is my thinking. General Manager Leanne, I really appreciate your feedback in that regard.
Thank you, Councillor. It's certainly something that we have discussed in detail also out at Boondooma Homestead, because it's of great concern to the committee as well. The way I would be interpreting it is, yes, these are our priorities and this is a schedule of works, and in the perfect world, if you had an endless bucket of money, you would work towards, achieving all of those extremely high priorities, then medium and the low priorities. However, we don't have an endless bucket of money, so what we're going to have to do is really just prioritise and focus on those high or those extreme priorities, and we would be bringing back reports both through to ourselves and in partnership with the community to look at trying to find funding when it's available to actually target those priorities. And the community, yeah, they have the same feeling. They really want to just focus in on those exceptionally high priorities, I think it's actually called, levels of significance, and really just focusing on them. And because what happens is that you get caught up in so many projects out there. There's so many little issues happening in different buildings. So this is really to sort of structure our focus and structure where our money is going to be spent in the future. And the committee really want to see that as well. So we are targeting the highest priority based on the conservation of the asset, not necessarily it's a nice to have or it looks good from the outside. It's really about protecting the conservation of the asset, and that's why you've used these expertise to actually help guide us in how we're going to utilise the money. So unfortunately, yeah, we won't have enough money sitting in a bucket to actually do all of this at once. It is going to be a process over a long period of time. And the other thing, the priorities will change because once again, the building's use and the climate and what's happening out there will also impact on the building. So the way we've presented it and we've talked about it is that this document is very much a live document, and as we move forward, those schedules will be updated, community can have greater input. If something happens out there to a particular asset, well then that priority may need to move forward and become higher on the list. So understand your concerns, but if you adopt the actual plan, it is not locking council into delivering all of these works straight away. You just don't have the budget to support that, but it certainly gives us guidance on how we prioritise and put our projects forward in the future.
Yeah, thank you for that clarity. Certainly comfortable with that. I do think it's important that we have a plan, and by all means, I'm at the table and endorsing this plan. I think it's a giant improvement from that workshop that we had with councillors and the committee where we sort of went through. I know there were some members who weren't able to be there, but there was definitely that concern about the comprehensive nature of the plan and whether the committee would actually be able to adopt it and put it into place. I guess I am thinking about just coming out of the budget process, and no, assets like these, the reality is to maintain them, they are costly, and they're important to our community, and somehow we have to find a way to fund them and fund them appropriately. I know grant funding is one lever that we can pull, and we need to get hungry and definitely go after that. I know I've brought up in this chamber discussions about a heritage levy or something of that regard, because our community places such a heavy value, such a strong value on the heritage of our region. I think this is still something that we need to consider into the future, because I am mindful that we want to preserve assets like this for the next generation. I'm also mindful that assets like this actually need paid staff. Putting a management plan like this, I think it's wonderful that we collaborate and work with that committee, but they're only a small group of hard-working people. It's an enormous effort and undertaking for them, and I know we've seen with Ringsfield House how, if a community falls out, the impacts of that are far-reaching. So if a committee falls out, the impacts of that are far-reaching. I just think this is a great start, but it's not the end, and I really do think we need to really consider what it would actually cost to deliver on these things, and that's probably my thinking. If we were in an ideal world, if we had a limitless bucket of money, what would it actually cost? Maybe not to gold plate everything. I know that's something that our region can't afford, but I think with this information, I would like to see us do some further investigation. Sorry, I can't hear myself. I've got a bit of sinus. Further investigation around if we were to follow this somewhere in the middle, what it would actually cost. I don't know what that looks like, but I think over the next year that needs to be something that we explore with the committee and bring back into those next budget conversations. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Major. Mr. Sia, did you want to add anything in terms of our process moving forward with funding these heritage assets?
I don't think so, Mayor. It's been pretty well covered. We have a number of these assets at various museums and everything else, and so it will be an active discussion over this next period as to how and we manage them. And I think I'll just add my voice to the acknowledgement of the committee at Burndooma and the various committees and the volunteers across the region. They're absolutely essential and they do a wonderful job.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Further speakers before we go back to Councillor Duff to close? No. Anything to close, Councillor Duff?
Yes, Mr.
Thank you.
Mayor. So I'm 100% supportive of, this document for the opportunities to get grants. I just think it's a lot of extra work to try and get the staff to do costings on all of this stuff in a perfect world. I think the most important thing that we can do is to support those community groups, and absolutely, because they are doing an amazing job. If the community groups fold, then it makes it absolutely challenging in such a big way, particularly it's so far away from the centre of our region. It's on that outlying area. It plays a major role in tourism and all of those things. But the key to it is, in my opinion, is to keep that committee strong and make sure that we support them in any way, shape or form that we can. But just thinking that, yeah, it's a good document, but I certainly wouldn't want to. I'd be scared to think if you tried to cost out all this, it'd be figures beyond our what we could budget for. But certainly with grants and working with the community, we should just keep rolling along and keep it all flowing and keep good outcomes happening. But yeah, I wouldn't be keen to see us take it to that length, but just 100% supportive of it as a tool to use to prioritise, but also to get grants. Thank you.
That concludes the debate. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you for that, Council. And thank you very much to Mr. CEO, your staff, for the wonderful work you've done in working with the committee to finally get that plan to the point where we can take it to our ordinary meeting of Council later this month. Thank you very much. Yeah. 11:13 then is the incontinence bins for public amenities at 494. Okay. Is this yours, Manager? Thank you. We'll stay with you then. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have prepared a report for Council's consideration on including incontinence bins across our region in our public conveniences and also included in our halls. We have held a few discussions with a couple of councillors where they have been approached by community members regarding having some incontinence bins within our public amenities. We have gone through and costed what that may look like across the region for council's consideration. It would be a substantial increase in our operational budget to provide this level of service. We have documented there. Whether or not that's something council would like to consider, or whether or not you'd like to consider a small trial in a location, open for feedback. This is something that is new for council across the region, so happy for feedback.
Yeah, thank you. I see Councillor Henson and Councillor Potter have brought this on behalf of the community. So I think with the leave of the committee, might go to Councillor Potter and Councillor Henson to share your thoughts as to how you'd like to see this motion to the committee. Yeah, so perhaps ladies first, Councillor Potter. Oh no, Councillor Henson first. Okay, thank you, Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and yeah, thank you to the staff for the work done on this. And it was brought to my attention and Councillor Potter's by actually a gentleman in our public. I mean, there's been sanitary bins and put in the female toilets across every region. But a gentleman and a couple of gentlemen came to me and very openly in a public place said to me that, in their circumstance, they were very disappointed and nothing for them are there facilities in place for gentlemen in public toilets or for certain facilities. I appreciate the costings done on this and I can understand the cost of it. I think council could certainly look at where and certainly implement in the male toilets, and I'm not being biased in any shape or form. Certainly happy to instigate more in the females' public facilities as well. But yeah, it was quite an interesting conversation and quite, this gentleman or both gentlemen were very open about it and brought to my attention that, and I've looked since, and I was pleasantly surprised as I went through Kilkeven, the public toilet facility there is absolutely sensational for the likes of this particular piece on our agenda. So fully supportive of this. I think council could look at it and be constructive in how we could perhaps implement some in certain places to start with. And I think it'd be a great work in progress, because I do believe many gentlemen in situations in their health and whatnot have been forgotten in certain circumstances. So that's where it come from for me, and Councillor Potter and I have had these discussions, and as you have those discussions, you find out more and more where they're not. And as I stated, certainly in the forms of the gentlemen's public facilities, there's not many there.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Potter, yes, if you could talk to that further, perhaps put forward a recommendation in terms of the motion so that we can discuss it as a committee. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. But before I do, I'd just like to point out the last line in the report saying introducing the incontinence bins will preserve the dignity of men and women when using public amenities and halls. So to me, that's one of the main things we need to keep in mind when doing this. But I would like to have that discussion further about where we're going to put them. I do believe that maybe halls is probably the first point of call, because I think a lot of our toilets now are, anyone can use any toilet. I know we've got male and female size, I think, still at the Memorial Park, but, that may change, because a lot of times when a lot of toilets we go to now, it's the, male, female, whether they're unisex toilets. So I think that when they're that style of toilet, it might be a lot easier for us. We can just put one in one toilet. And I think with the sanitary ones, we actually have a little sign on the doors, the cubicle door. So, and that could be something similar that we do when we're already looking at doing Memorial Park, and that might be something we can look at with regards to that. But I think for starters, definitely the halls would be my first point of call with regards to these bins.
In terms of the motion then, as I suppose the councillors have brought this to us, your proposed motion, councillors, that we can consider?
So I would like to, that the committee recommend to council that the incontinent bins are placed within the halls of within the South Burnett halls, and then later on with additional budget, maybe I'm probably going to ask Mr Mayor for some help with this wording. So once we put them in the halls, Mr Mayor, is it possible to maybe consider putting them within the toilets as well? So, but I'd like to get that pricing of the halls first, but I definitely need them in the halls.
Okay, so just I might just I think we might just get some feedback here. Then we'll go into our formal process. We want to get a motion up here that's going to meet the expectations of the councillors here in the community. Anything further to add? Councillor Shoemaker, your thoughts?
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. Certainly listen to the conversation. I'm thinking I would like to see a motion where we actually looked at a trial in some of our facilities. I guess I'm apprehensive to put these in every toilet or bathroom if we're unsure of if they'll be used. And by all means, if there was an unlimited amount of funding for operational expenditure, I would absolutely say go for it. I'm just so mindful coming off the back of the budget how much we scrutinised every single dollar that went into the budget, and I'm mindful that there isn't an extra lazy $42,000 laying around that we can fund this. So, and I'm mindful that we are trying to keep our general rate increases very low. So I'm thinking I would like to see, thinking about being the custodian of our ratepayer funds and trying to find a way to get a balance, maybe a trial of this service somewhere. Like, I'm thinking a park like, and respectfully, I know we've had many conversations about this, but parks like the Blackbutt Park where, that is just full of people regularly travelling through our region. Parks like the Kingaroy Memorial Park, where you often see people with disabilities or elderly people take their lunch to eat when they do come to Kingaroy to use the hospital or those sorts of facilities. I'm just thinking about how we could be a bit strategic about the trial, and maybe what we do is ask the staff, they're in a much better position to know the usage, how often we actually change out our sanitary bins in other facilities, whether the motion was that, you know, a report, that we accept the report, and that a report detailing a trial based on the usage of these facilities comes back to council for endorsement. I'm just, mindful. I want to see this outcome, but I'm just mindful that there's no easy way to make this happen. And I think the staff are in the best position with the cleaning of the facilities and all the things that happen to put together some sort of trial for us. That's probably, I'd like to ask the Parks and Gardens team. And I'm also very mindful of hitting areas where this may be happening, where people are leaving waste or rubbish in our facilities that could be better dealt with, you know, that our staff have to clean up, that could be better dealt with if we did have these bins in the facilities. So my motion's probably more along that line, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to draft something here if you like.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. And Bria, perhaps if we could help here, maybe we can just, I'm just listening to Councillor Shoemaker, we can just put something down and we'll get Councillor Shoemaker just to perhaps run her eye over it. So if we're to say that the committee receives, that the information, the report be received for information, and that a report be brought back to a future standing committee as to a trial of incontinence bins in high-use public amenities and halls. So I might just leave that with you, Councillor Shoemaker, to perhaps just tweak that as you see appropriate.
To a future standing committee detailing a trial, options to trial. Incontinence bins for high use parks and facilities. And I am mindful too, certainly with Councillor Potter's connections and our staff's connections, it would be good to seek some feedback from the likes of SB Care or one of those facilities. I think SB Care are one of the leading ones, or Centre Care, Blue Care, who are providing services to our community who are supporting elderly people to live their lives to the fullest in our community, and seek some advice from them as to where they find issues or where there are barriers to a day. I don't know whether that needs to be included, but just sort of seeking that external feedback to make sure that we're actually putting these in the right places. They're the people who know best where people are struggling in our region. So that's my thinking. Happy for Councillor Potter or Councillor Henson to move that.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Councillor Henson, your thoughts in terms of the motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, look, the gentleman's conversation, they were at no stage were they insinuating that there should be this in every facility in the South Burnett. And as noted here on page 495, and Councillor Potter and I have had this discussion, 9 locations in council halls. I think that would be a great starting point with just those 9, because the gentleman in question and the conversation we had, and it was a very open public place, and as stated on the bottom of page 495, the dignity of men, that, let me tell you, put those gentlemen in a very awkward position when they're in a public place with 100, 200, 300 people, whereas public toilets is only going to be 2 or 3 people there. Whereas their suggestion and commentary was around numbered public conveniences, be that halls. And this happened to me in a public hall where these gentlemen came and had a conversation, and it can be quite embarrassing. And as I said, males probably hadn't been catered for as previously in the female department, which been as a wonderful facility for the women. The men had been forgotten a bit, and that particular organisation and that particular meeting, and I was not dumbfounded, I was pleasantly surprised that these gentlemen, mature gentlemen, came to me and had this conversation in public, where there was quite a number, well over 100 people at this facility, and they made the comment about in a public place where or public halls where there are numerous people in gatherings, not in individual public toilets, because we all know, the maximum you'll see in public toilets anywhere is usually a handful, car or two pulled up. Go to Dingo Park for argument's sake, a couple of cars parked there. That's not where they're insinuating, because you can be private there. You can have a bit of private space there in those sort of facilities. You've got no private space in a gathering in a public forum in a hall where there's 200 people. What do you do? And this was the position and predicament they were put in. So personally, I think the council halls, there's 9 locations suggested there. Depending on chambers, that would be a great start, because those locations cater for numerous and public and numbers of public, not public facilities just on, open to the general public on every day of the week.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Henson. Manager, if we're taking on board Councillor Henson's observations there, to perhaps inform the report that comes back, are you happy, Councillor Henson, to move the proposed motion that the Councillor Shoemaker has shared? And the staff can then take that on board and consider the halls as a priority as well as other possible facilities?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Meeting details options to trial incontinence bins for high-use parks and facilities. Could we just make that facilities or public or narrow that down for starter? At the moment we don't have anything there, so anything in 9 facilities would be fantastic. And the costings then, instead of $42,000, I think I saw here, could then possibly be 4 or 6 or 9 times $4,324. So, yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah.
So, Councillor, we just inserted halls there so we could specifically identify them.
Could I suggest to take out high-use parks? And again, my reason for this is high-use parks, again, is not a massive public space. High-use parks are not going to have 100 people in the toilet. Public halls will have 100 people in them. And in these gentlemen's circumstance, when they go into a gentleman's toilet and there is no facility there for them, they've got to walk out with them. And look, I was praised their commentary on it. It was amazing, and it's been neglected, I guess, in the male domain. And I think it's something we should embrace, and this would be a great starting point if we were to put it in halls. I'd be happy to just leave that at halls for a trial and the costings on halls at this point in time. And that was the suggestion from the gentleman in conversation I had.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Potter, we'll want to get this motion on the...
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, that's pretty good, but I'm just curious whether we can just make it into the male toilets, because I know in the report it said that the females, it is a different size bin, but let's face it, we all know that females are probably going to use the bins that are already provided in there for the pad use anyway. So I really think that this only needs to go in the male. Would love to just be in the male toilets as a starting point, please.
Thank you. So you're happy to move that, Councillor Henson?
Yes, thank you.
Yes. Moved by Councillor Henson, thank you. Seconded, Councillor Potter? Thank you. Any further from Councillor Henson or Potter? Further speakers? No? Okay, we'll go to other speakers. Now opportunity to speak. Councillor Erkins, in relation to the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I was just wondering whether at a hall, the halls aren't being used all the time, so maybe if they're only just going in when there is a function, but maybe they can have in the hall the same as they do in the I know a lot of ladies' toilets now when you go in, every cubicle is actually serviced with a sanitary bin. But it used to be that there was one toilet with a sanitary bin and a sign on the door. You know, I mean, I agree totally with what Councillor Henson's saying, and I really believe that if we do that, if we took out some of the sanitary bins in the ladies' toilet, so there is one toilet with it, and then in the men's, at all toilets, you can have a sign in the men. So the ladies, you can have that there's, you know, a disposal unit, and in the men's, there is a disposal unit. I think if you worked out how many sanitary bins there are across the thing and took a lot of them out, you may be able to do it, you know, keeping costs down. And as I said, I'm sure those bins in some of those halls, if there's nothing in it, those halls, they're probably not being used.
Thank you. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you. I think Councillor Erkins has raised some good points. Just thinking maybe the report be received for information and that a review be undertaken and a report be brought back. So, yeah, taking on board what you've said, maybe there are opportunities to save some funds there. I don't know. This is sort of a report that I think, yeah, we really need to move on from here. I think the intent is there. And I do still believe talking with the likes of SB Care or something like that around our public facilities is really important, because I do think there are people out and about in the day that do need these kind of facilities, and we do need to target our response to those people. So that's the reason why I brought it up.
Thank you, Councillor. So happy with the motion there, councillors. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, I just want to say, look, this is a lot better than nothing. So this is a really good start to the conversation. So thank you, councillors.
We happy to go to the vote? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Next one is 1114 Kingaroy Lions Park toilet upgrades at 496. Thank you, Manager.
Councillors, just working through the Works for Queensland project allocation for Lions Park. We have been working through the proposed works that councillors have requested for Lions Parks, looking at renovating the amenities, constructing new footpaths to the amenities and to a disabled car park, and erecting 2 more shelters in Lions Park. Once we've started to work through the quotes for that and assessment of the actual toilet block down at Lions Park, we have identified that the $80,000 would be insufficient allocation to actually do all of those works. We have gone through and prepared a very detailed report of the actual toilet block for the Lions Park. As you can appreciate, this toilet block is over 45 years of age, and it really requires major works to the actual structure itself. It is only a single skin of brickwork, so it's the large amount of cracking in the walls, and also the attachments of some of the existing gates and the partitioning of the doors for the cubicles. You'll see all around that brickwork is very badly chipped, and you probably see that in the photographs that we've provided in that report. So our team has worked through the assessment of the existing block and looking at our asset management principles and end of life. This is certainly not an asset that we would be just wanting to renovate and put the large amount of money into renovation, because you're really not extending the life terribly of this asset because it's in such poor condition. So just to refurbish the toilet block and include some footpaths and then a footpath down into a disabled car park, you're looking at $142,000 alone, where your allocation was originally $80,000. So we've gone a little bit further on, because I think council would sort of ask us this question about whether or not we should replace this toilet block with a new facility going forward, and then you've got a brand new facility and it would actually meet your requirements there, because the PWD that you've got in that existing toilet block, very difficult for us to actually bring it to code and address the disability discrimination requirements and also the building requirements. So we've prepared two options there for council to consider. If we were to do a toilet block with just two toilets, 2 PWDs, like the one down at River Road, you're looking at a kit of at $159,000, plus you've got to do the demolition of the existing toilet block. The only problem with that is that you're only replacing that toilet block with 2 toilets, where at the moment there you've got 2 pedestals in the ladies, 1 pedestal and 1 urinal in the males, and then you've got a PWD. So really you've got four toilets and a urinal. So you're not producing the same level of service there because you're only producing 2 toilets. So a recommendation would be to look at a kit very similar to that of Memorial Park, where you would have your 4 toilets and 2 PWDs. So you would actually increase your level of service. But because you've enhanced this park as a major tourism facility with a peanut statue, you're getting probably that level of usage at the moment. So it's very hard for us to calculate the utilisation of a toilet. It's very hard for us to put a counter on the front of the toilet and calculate the number of people that go into a toilet. But we do look at things like the use of toilet paper, the use of the sanitary bins, and the level of service that they're requiring weekly, whereas some toilet blocks you only require service once a month. So those sorts of things give us an indication as well. But an observation of mine throughout the region, I mean, we are promoting these tourism locations, the parks, and you're getting more and more people coming to the South Burnett. And as more people come to the South Burnett, we need the infrastructure to support their visits. And toilet blocks, public amenities across the region, and you would have seen that in the operational update for facilities, public amenities are becoming a bit of an issue going forward in the future because they're of age and they're just not meeting the future needs as our increase in tourism and visits occur. So with Lions Park, we've prepared a couple of options there for council. You could continue on with the refurbishment of the existing building, but you're looking at $142,000. Not ideal because it's not going to address all the issues in that structure. You're still going to have all of the broken brickwork. You're going to have large cracks in the actual structure. We can't fix that. And certainly rendering the block like proposed, those cracks would come back straight away. So it wouldn't actually look very good if we were to render it. So therefore, we're suggesting to council that you would demolition the block and you would actually construct a new amenities. You would put in the correct footpaths and the disabled car park to support that, as you are promoting this park as total inclusive. And at the moment, you do not have the disabled car parks there either. So we need to give access down to the car park correctly as well. So this would allow us to meet our building code and the disability standards as well. So we bring that report to council for consideration, but we would need an allocation of additional allocation of $190,000 to achieve that, and we would need council to consider how we would fund that. In the report there under financial, we have listed 2 options. The option would be looking at $190,000 from your building asset restricted cash, which we have confirmed with finance that would be available there, or you would look at a reallocation of $190,000 from the Works for Queensland Kingaroy Memorial Park redevelopment funds and move that money to Lions Park. So open for discussion.
Thank you, Manager. Manager, in reading the report and listening to what you say, I would like to get us on the front foot with this and put forward a motion that committee recommend to council that the Kingaroy Lions Park amenities is replaced with a new, accessible and total inclusive amenity and additional allocation of $190,000 for the construction of a new amenity, footpaths and disabled car park be provided from building asset restricted cash in 2022-23. Manager, yes. In 2022-23. Please brief, full stop. So I'd like to move, I'll speak to the reasons for that, but if I can get I'd like to move that to council and seek a seconder. Councillor Potter, thank you for seconding. I'm going to speak to that, and I thought this through carefully overnight. Now, we've now reduced the Memorial Park allocation from $580,000, potentially reduced it, should that go through council, back to potentially $330,000. Should that, so there's a motion coming to council in relation to the future. Now, should that be adopted by council and we take the $190,000 out here from the W4Q funding, it only leaves 140,000 for Memorial Park. Now, I've thought this through carefully. Now, what I know is that, yes, Memorial Park is going to be a significant redevelopment, but there's a couple of things there. Number one is it will need to be done in stages, clearly, once we get the master plan finalised. But the second thing is there is works that I believe that need to be done now. Those old concrete tables at the front with those old concrete seats, quite frankly, that's got to be the worst facility we've got, in my view, in any park in the South Burnett. It is heavily utilised, and I think I'd like to see us at least make a start on what the staff believe and the community believes is at least a good stage one start. And I'd like to see us keep that $330,000 so that we can make some sort of meaningful start on Memorial Park. It is our only regional park as classified. It is our a major, highly used park. And I believe if we dilute the budget too much, we're not going to have any money to do anything that's meaningful for the community. So I would like to see us at least make a start on stage one with the current Works for Queensland money that we have got, which remembers another 2 years to go on that. There'll be no more for at least 2 years. So that's, I guess I'm speaking fairly passionately here, but that's why I'd like to put that forward, just to get that up for conversation by the committee. So, look, let's go to the floor. Keen to hear what other councillors think. Thank you. So further speakers, Councillor Duff.
Mr Mayor, I actually put this forward in those 13 projects that I had to use for the Works for Queensland money, and that got defeated in favour of the Kingaroy Water, which I believe we already had allocated. And so now we pick out a project when there was 13 projects, and there's projects in Mergen, like that second stage of QE2 Park. So we're doing stage one, and the second, it is the most utilised park in the South Burnett. I'm pretty sure that's I've heard that flagged. It's the town park.
Sorry, Council. Which? Sorry, if I could just interject. Hang on. So, well,
I'm just saying that that project was in that list. So
yeah,
now
Sorry. Just please don't talk over the chair. I would be careful about saying QE2 Park is the most utilised park in the South Burnett. So if you please just be careful there, because we don't have data to confirm that.
Okay, so a very, very, very highly utilised park, and it's got tables and chairs that haven't got any shade over them at all, and then there was a Tingura drainage. There's all of these different projects, and I knew this would happen. Then we just cherry pick some projects that are in the Kingaroy area when all of these other towns are missing out. So I'm just disappointed that this would come out of our capital budget, and if we're going to do that, then I'm happy as long as we do all of those other projects that I believe would really desperately needed for the other communities, like the Wieners in Proston and the Tingura drainage and the second stage of QE2 Park and all of those. Otherwise, I'm not supporting it unless the committee are prepared to then do those other projects as well, because I think that they are just as important as that project. I believe it is important. That's why I put it forward in the first place.
Further speakers, Councillor Potter.
Yep. No, look, I totally agree with you, Mr Mayor. That's why I'm happy to second this particular motion. I do think that coming out of the building asset restricted cash is probably the best move for this, as I think, as you mentioned, there's already pending next council meeting with regards to Tipperary flats. But I would also like to point out to Councillor Duff that I did move that motion, you all agreed to it, to looking at all those particular things and actually getting them priced up so they were shovel ready. Thank you.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Honestly, I read over this report, regardless of where the park is at, and it was a difficult report to read, to be honest. We'd put $80,000 towards a project to fix up the basic toilet facilities at Kingaroy Lions Park, noting that it's a major park for people to stop and buy peanuts and to visit our region, and we thought that the toilets needed a tidy up, and they absolutely do. Being over 40 years of age, that's incredible that they've lasted that long. To be honest, I look at this report and the thing that I'm quite sad about is the reality is I was hoping that we would be able to just shine up the old toilets so that they would do, so that we could actually focus on fixing the park and the playground equipment. Imagine being able to spend, just for a moment, imagine being able to spend 190,000 on fixing the playground equipment. Wouldn't that be nice? Like, I don't think the community, I don't think the children of the South Burnett are going to cheer over a new toilet facility for a second. But the reality is, the one that we have is very, very, very broken. The dilapidation report here, I was reading through it, I thought, look, maybe, you know what, we'll go ahead, we'll just paint it, replace the toilet seats, we'll go with that option. But it's pretty evident here that they've actually tried to make the toilet facility last a little bit longer by securing steel stays to the top of the steel wall plates to the brickwork and steel straps to try to just get a few more years out of the toilet facility. That's extraordinary. I don't disagree, Councillor Duff. We all agreed that the projects put forward for Works for Queensland, that was really difficult to determine. My position on that is this. That was a decision of council. That matter had been debated numerous times. The decision of council stands, and quite frankly, I'd like to respect every decision of council and move forward and find ways to fund all the projects needed in our region. That's my focus. That's my commitment to this region. I am concerned, as the Mayor has pointed out, if we keep reallocating the funds from Memorial Park redevelopment, there will be nothing left to actually start that project. And we have actually created an enormous amount of energy by going out to our community and saying, this is your regional park. We've had the largest response of any community engagement survey that I've certainly seen in my 2 years here from our community saying this park is important to us and these are the things that are important to our lifestyles here in the region, and this is what we would like to see with this park space for people of all ages. We've had people who are grandparents, who are school children, who are teenagers. I cannot believe the response from local young people who say that park's important to me and these are the things that we would like to see. I would hate to see us say, oh, well, thank you for all that feedback. We'll wait another 2 years and then we might get started on something. I would like to start something now. I'd like to get that momentum going. And Councillor Erkins has rightly pointed out that there are opportunities to join in collaborative funding if you've got a plan. And I know our council got behind the Butter Factory Park and tried to work with the community to deliver that outcome. I would certainly like to see that again for Memorial Park here in the South Burnett. And I think that that is an option worth exploring. For me, I really don't want to support this because I really don't want to spend $190,000 of our extra cash, which we don't put much cash away, to fix a toilet facility. I would like to spend that money on fixing a playground, on finishing a park in Kingaroy, because certainly in my time as council here, we have not been able to achieve that. I will support this because I don't see how we've got any other option. We've come this far. We really need a toilet facility at a park that's being utilised to the extent that it is, and I can guarantee you can drive past any time of the day. People are there. People are sitting there. I've seen people in wheelchairs absolutely use those tables. I know it's needed. I'm just disappointed that once again our council gets a project like this and we have to fix a broken down facility rather than investing in something that we would all like and want to achieve. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, for bringing this forward. I'm supportive, but it's a difficult one because I don't think this is actually something that the community will cheer for. I think a playground would be much better use of the facilities. And I dream that maybe one day there may be funding for a playground in Kingaroy that's not dragged through the mud like every other project in Kingaroy seems to be.
Councillor Erkins.
So probably in my short time here on council, one of the things that I've found out is the shortage of money, especially on trying to get something such as Tipperary Flat. So it's concerning to me that we're looking at spending this extra money on the toilet. And when you talk about conditions of toilets, I know that one of, maybe not more than your toilet, but in Nanango, in the Scott car park, there are 2 toilets there with the stainless steel ones with no lids on them, that if you go in there on a cold day, you've got to be careful you don't leave half your bottom behind. And also locks that never lock at work, taps that don't work. So, you know, there are toilets across the region. I would just like to see whether they were fixable, these toilets down here, because I've seen a lot of things that have looked pretty bad be able to be fixed up pretty good with some expert trades, and see if it is possible to have them brought up a little bit to a stage where there is more funding available. I mean, I think Lions Park is a great thing. I personally donated to the Peanut, and I think that was a great thing. It's a great place to stop, but it's not like it's the only toilet in town to go to. There are other toilets, and if possible, you know, I would just like to maybe get another opinion, or look at a little further as to whether those toilets can be saved for a little while to save some money. As I said, one of the things that has really been pushed home to me is the lack of funds and the need not to be out there spending it. So maybe it's possible to look again at whether there's something that can be done to those toilets, then with a view to putting in for more funding and doing exactly what I know that Councillor Shoemaker would like to see, with, you know, a little bit more in the way of playground equipment for kids that, you know, people get out, the kids want to have a little run and a play. That's just my opinion on it.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Councillor Hinch, your turn. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you. Yeah, look, it is a tough one, isn't it? As Councillor Shoemaker's alluded to. Everyone in this chamber knows my take on some of these things in relation to do it once and do it well. Band-Aid fixing a toilet, a public toilet facility, it frightens me what that cost could be in the state that it's in, that if we spend X amount of dollars now and Band-Aid fixing it, and in 2 or 4 years' time we come back and that cost to replace those toilets is not $190,000 or $200,000, it's $400,000. Because we've got a lot of multiple toilets across our region that are old. I'd like to think this council and the upcoming councils past our term here will work very hard and very diligently in getting those replaced rather than these Band-Aid fixes. I think, Councillor Shoemaker, did you say 40 odd years old, that facility? Sorry? 45 years old. There you go. Ghost is a bit older than myself. Well, it would have been in its design and concept probably was thought long before then, but yeah, look, you're right, Councillor Elkins. There's never enough money, and with, as Councillor Potter and myself said, with some of those 13 projects previously mentioned, we'd try and track down funding for them, and that one of those has been done now, as discussed earlier this morning. And if it's successful, there's a box we've ticked. There's another one gone. So. Yeah, of course it's in. There's playground equipment there. You're right, I've seen that. I go there myself. The people that frequent the Peanut van, they go to the dealership beside them. If something was to progress across the road, it would be another wonderful facility that people use there, as it is now with the Peanut there and the park itself and the positioning of it. So, yeah, I'm supportive of this simply because I believe if we work collectively towards this and all the others within our region, and can get them done one by one, tick them off, rather than this Band-Aid fix where we know we're going to go back there in 12 months' time. And hang on a minute, this came to Chambers last year or the year before. Didn't we spend some money? How much money did we spend there? Oh, $40,000. Oh, well, we've got to throw another 40 at it. And I understand and appreciate your concern, Councillor Elkins. You're right, there's no quick fix to any of this, and there's not enough money. But if we have opportunities to do things and do it properly, I'm personally myself, I think it's a great opportunity to do them and move on to the next one. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Right, thank you, Councillor Henson. So I'll just provide some closing comments and then we'll go to the vote. First of all, having read the dilapidation inspection report there's clearly significant work here. This, you know, the entryway isn't wide enough, so it's non-compliant. That would require the removal of bricks to have to widen it. The walls are cracking. The floor would need to be ground back. There's clearly a lot of structural work that has to be done from what this report has indicated, and for that reason, to my mind, to spend money trying to fix something that's significantly broken when it could be replaced with a facility that is going to be compliant, provide a longer lifespan, and we can tick that off as being one park that we've then come close to finishing, or rather, of course, the playground facilities. I was against Lions Park redevelopment when this first came up at the start of this term of council, because I wasn't convinced that it was a park that should be a priority for our region. But I was mistaken, and having seen the activity in Lions Park, how popular it is, and I think it is a wonderful example of what I'd love to see in years to come across our region. The quality of work there, the presentation of the park, it is attracting people to use it. The aesthetics of the facility is playing a large role in attracting people to utilise it. So I think it is a wonderful example of what can be done when we do put our mind and put the funds behind doing something well. So for that reason, I certainly would like to see this next stage of development for Lions Park. I think the community utilisation of that park, not just by people in Kingaroy, but by travellers and by people who come in from out of town, is significantly high to warrant it. And I think that Memorial Park needs to have a reasonable commitment to its stage 1 development. The reality is that Memorial Park is one of the very few parks in the South Burnett that does not have, outside of the playground area, shaded seating. So when I go to Memorial Park, if I want to sit in under a shaded shelter, I've got to go inside the playground area where little toddlers are playing. Now, I'm not comfortable doing that. I would be much more comfortable sitting under a shaded area. There's nowhere in Memorial Park that I can sit under a shaded area other than going down to the far end. I think there's a couple at the far end. But at the front there, what we have is old concrete blocks to sit on under a tree. And look, I'm sorry, I can't accept that we're going to not do something with that as part of stage 1. So, I would hope that we can get the support for this. I'd commend it to the committee and wrap up there. And so we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Councillor Shoemaker, Councillor Potter, Councillor Henshin and Councillor Otto. Those against? Councillor Erkins and Duff. Thank you. That's been carried 4 votes to 2. Thank you all. Council, we'll deal with 115. Time is getting away, but the next one is Alan Sterling Memorial Park. Design of concept plans at 509. I did attend the last Blackbutt Community Association meeting. I know some of the fellow members of council. The BMCI, the Bunya Mountains, my apologies, the Bunya Mountains, the BMCAI meeting. I know that the community up there have been advocating and talking with council about this for some time. Some of my colleagues couldn't make it, like Councillor Jones, due to his surgery and other things, couldn't make it. But the committee have come forward and asked if council would be prepared to consider supporting the development of a master plan. And they're not expecting the world. It's not, we're not talking Memorial Park here. It's a small nature-based park. So with that, they asked if I would put forward a proposal. The committee recommended to council that the development of a concept plan for Alan Sterling Memorial Park be added to the operational plan, happy with 23-24, and that the scope of works and costings for the concept plan be considered in the 23-24 budget. So I'd like to move that and seek a seconder, if I could, please. Thank you, Councillor Potter. Open the floor to speakers. Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Geez, it's been a big day. I was saying Mayor and Park at the same time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do think this could be a really exciting project. I think that area is, it could lend itself to a number of things. I think a concept plan and exploring that with the community would be an interesting exercise. And I certainly agree that the 23-24 op plan, I think it's quite, this year's agenda's quite full. But I do look at that piece of land, and I do look at the trees and the nature in it. And I know we've had discussions, there's been some incredible work done by the Murray Rangers and the crew around the Bunny Mountains, leveraging sort of Indigenous tourism opportunities. Certainly the mountain bike track offers adventure tourism opportunities. The number of people that you see in the area is really growing, and I know it's a really, it's a place, the Bunny Mountains is a special place for all residents of the region, regardless of where you live. So I'm not sure in your concept plan, when you talk about Memorial Park, I also see maybe an opportunity. There was discussion around, my question to you was, there was discussion around a community meeting space or an education centre or somewhere where people may be able to hold a conference. And I know that would be quite different to just parkland with chairs and tables. So I guess I was unable to attend the meeting. I was just curious if you had any feedback around the vision that the group had, and whether it was, whether this concept plan would include exploring some of those options into the future.
Thank you, Councillor. So I think the group was certainly very much focused on keeping it obviously blended with the natural environment that's there, but happy to open their minds up to broader concepts around community facilities and so forth, be it a community centre or something of that nature. So it could extend into that. And I think for that reason, they really just wanted to try and do a concept plan first, maybe scope it and cost it, so that they could then inform council as to at what level we wanted to develop that, and whether we were prepared to consider doing it in stages. So I think it's quite a blank canvas in that regard. Yeah, thank you. Councillor Potter, thank you.
Mr Mayor, thank you very much for bringing this through to council, because I think this is a great idea. You're right, we have talked about this even in the previous term of council. We went up there and had a look around, and but I think the Bunny Mountains group have really done, dare I say, a sterling job of getting this and chatting with you. Thank you for laughing at that one. Look, I just think this is a great idea, and, you know, working with the rangers with regards to what we do up there, and I sort of picture a bit of Indigenous art maybe in that park as well. So, and I do agree that maybe it does need to be done in stages, but I do believe it does need to be done. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Further speakers? Okay, happy to go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Probably looking for some feedback here. Do we want to proceed and try and get through questions on notice and then look to break for lunch at 2 o'clock? Happy to do that? Okay. 12.1, question on notice, location of the Nango Christmas decorations at 513. Thank you, Manager. General Manager, thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor. So this was just in response to a councillor Oaken question. Just, I think it was more around those the banner poles, so the flags that go up on those. So yeah, our Christmas decorations are stored in the shed, but those old banner flags are sort of deteriorated. But I believe, yeah, I think I'll pass to Councillor Erkins. I think you had a query more about the 175th anniversary.
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Thank you.
Yep, through you, Mr Mayor. I see here that it's difficult and expensive to put them up, but just to let you know, they were actually put up during the refurbishment of the main street. So, you know, they were actually to be part of the main street. So it was really, they probably only went up once or twice. So it's really been a waste of money getting them, even putting the poles up, if they're not going to be utilised. And I do know that that NAPTA have organised some flags thinking that they were going to be able to put up for the 175 years, and I think they're looking at purchasing themselves and hoping council will be able to erect them, because, as I said, they were originally, that's what they were put up for, to have special events publicised and promoted. Thanks.
You comfortable with the response, Councillor? Thank you. Okay, Councillor Shoemaker, green waste burning. Thank you.
Yeah, certainly. I think this conversation is really important. I actually was one of the first graphic designers to get the job to who actually designed those flags back in Nanango Shire Council days, so I remember them fondly. And if they're still standing, my goodness, they were a good. The Country Design and Print really do a fantastic job of printing things. I think this is an area that we should sort of, something that we should consider taking away, because it's quite an inexpensive way to jazz up your town for different seasons. And the original flags were done for springtime, winter, you know, and they had different flavour to them. I think it's a really simple way to jazz up your town, and I appreciate Councillor Erkins bringing it forward. I think it's something that I just would like to park, like not lose sight of, but whether there is an opportunity to do. I'm reading here, it sounds like the cherry pickers and things will make it difficult. I don't know if there are new options or new technology to jazz up your street. I know we are strapped for budget, but whether this is something that we consider, even a partnership with the likes of Heritage or someone like that to get something happening, it's just a bit of a question mark, I guess, for me. I think the banners, it's clear that something's supposed to be there. If this isn't going to be there anymore, we either need to remove them or think about new technology or new opportunities to achieve a similar outcome. So for me, I have a bit of a question mark on this one. I appreciate you bringing it forward, and I think we shouldn't lose sight of an opportunity to perhaps do something. Just not sure what that might be, General Manager O'May.
Yeah.
Thank you, General Manager.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so we can go away and look at the issue we have these days is work around power lines. It's certainly added cost because you have two staff, you have your spotter and that. So this is why it's essentially contracted out. We can go away and bring out what the cost of those options are, and you know, it's really a money thing. So you can do whatever you want if you want to throw the money at it, sort of thing. So it's just prioritising. But yeah, we can certainly go around and get, say, a indicative cost on what it is to do a installation, and whether we're at the same time whether there is alternative where they can. It's just trying to avoid power lines and light poles are around things. So you know, we can certainly go away and do some costings and bring that back through council.
Yeah, I certainly think, I was thinking about it even in some of the public art and street art that I've seen around. Like, this idea is not new, and if it kind of had a flavour where we could showcase some of our local artists, like I know I was sitting in Wandai Park and Tingura Park over the weekend, and they've got old installations, like small installations on blue like poles of images that people have painted, locals have painted, and I don't know, I can kind of see maybe an opportunity to introduce some street art or something through this process. So I'd be interested in what options there are. I don't think it's a priority, but something that we should consider maybe into the future when funding arises.
Okay, so we have a recommendation that responds to the question regarding location of the Nango Christmas decorations and flags raised by Councillor Oakins be received and noted. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, seconded Councillor Henson. Further speakers? Go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. I just want to refer further to that, and in light of the comments we've heard from councillors, whether I could just put forward a motion that a report be brought back, to perhaps the report be brought back to the time frame here, General Manager. I'll probably seek your counsel. The report be brought back to November, to the November Standing Committee, Liveability Standing Committee meeting, as to options and costings for potential Christmas decorations, flags, and other possible street art installations at Nanango. We have a seconder. Seconder, Councillor Erkins, thank you. Anyone wish to speak? Further speakers? Councillor Duff?
I think you need to change it to October, because otherwise if it's November, it'll be too late to actually get it happening, because most of those decorations, I think, go up in November.
General Manager, possible to get a report with some options and costings by October? What's that give us, 2 months?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, certainly around the flags and that sort of thing. I think the street art and that might be work in progress, depending on options there. But I think certainly around those flag poles and that would be fine.
Okay. Well, yeah, well, obviously council will understand you if you can't get all of it together, but give us what you can, I suppose, at that stage in the process. Thank you. Further speakers? To the vote, those in favour? Carry unanimously. Thank you all. 12.2, green waste at 514. We'll go to you, Councillor Shoemaker. Thank you.
Thank you for the response. Just a supplementary question, why mulching isn't actually practical? Is it, I was just keen to understand that.
It's a cost. The simple answer. Yeah.
Yep. So the cost of getting contractors down to Mergen and Wondai at this stage is prohibitive. General Manager, would that be what you indicated?
It can be, and it can depend, like, sometimes the quality of the mulching of the materials in there, but it's the volume. So it's really essentially the biggest factor is that cost economics.
Thank you, General Manager. We'll stay with you, Councillor.
Thank you for the report. I'm just thinking sort of longer term, the discussions about waste, byproduct, opportunities to maybe collaborate with others. I know we don't have an answer here, but I think sort of accepting that we do it, I think from the conversations we've had, we've even sort of all got an indication that maybe there's another way, and that's something for it's got a flag for me. It's I completely understand the cost implications. Guess I'm thinking about the waste product and circular economy, and maybe there's another way to do that, and we just haven't found that. And certainly I think our waste portfolio holder, when they're at the seat in those bigger regional discussions, it might be something they can bring some further context to. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. It's recommended that the response to the question regarding green waste burning raised by Councillor Shoemaker be received and noted. Do we have a mover? Councillor Shoemaker, thank you. Second, Councillor Henson. Further speakers? No. Just want to say one thing there. I think there's now information coming forward that, of course, burning timber certainly does not help in terms of CO2 emissions. It is something that does give rise, I believe, to significant carbon emissions. So completely support Councillor Shoemaker in pursuing this as an important part of our environmental sustainability initiatives into the future. Yeah, so thank you, Councillor. Okay, 12.3, Maidenwell Transfer Station. Oh, sorry, I didn't vote. Sorry, I'm thinking about lunch. Okay, sorry. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carry unanimously. Thank you all. I guess the blood sugars are starting to drop. 12.3, Maidenwell Transfer Station, 515. Question there was operational costs impacted. The response is as provided. The recommendation is that response to the question raised by Councillor Otto be received and noted. Do we have a mover? I'm happy to move it. Do we have a second? Councillor Potter, thank you. Any speakers? Councillor Shoemaker.
Appreciate the response. I know this matter was challenged intensely during the budget conversations and deliberations, and I think I am excited about the transfer station getting started at Maidenwell. Certainly as I drive by, I continue looking at that, and I know that's an important project for the Maidenwell community. And the new truck, it just didn't seem possible to sweat that any longer, and I think this will open up more opportunities, particularly as we talk about the introduction of recycling, those waste transfer facilities. It's part of a bigger picture conversation, but I do think it's good just to get the context. And I certainly appreciated the extensive conversations we had about this during the budget deliberations.
Okay, thank you. Further councillors? No? Okay, so we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carry unanimously. Thank you all. 12.4, Sale Yard Washdown Facilities at 516. Okay, we've got a response there. Councillor Henson, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Yeah, I'd just like to note the financial year 21-22, the revenue is down there. There'd be probably two, and I'm happy for that again to be on notice, but the revenue down some $2,100 odd, roughly dollars, $25, would be due largely to wet weather. And I would assume also that the revenue has now changed in that facility, that would see revenue from that next financial year perhaps rise quite significantly. But I'm happy with that response, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
General Manager, it has certainly been conveyed to us through, we've got FMD and LSD and all these other potential issues, that obviously washdown is an important part of the process in terms of biosecurity. We're coming to learn that. It's not going to go away, I guess, into the future. Investing in washdown facilities across our region, perhaps starting at looking at something here in Coolangatta around a more effective payment system. I know it's a $30,000 cost there. Any suggestions from you in terms of how we could move forward so this just doesn't die a natural death, that we can keep this on the agenda into the future for further consideration? I know the revenue certainly doesn't match the cost, but I mean, one would recover that over time. What are your thoughts there? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I certainly do think we do need to keep this on the table because, as Councillor Henshins indicate, we have, we do think revenue, this is historic, and we do think revenue will increase, I suppose, increase usage, but we have also, I essentially doubled the fees out there, and I don't see that actually hurting usage, so I expect revenue to be up, so I think it will actually become a business case to put the card reader there. Probably is cost effective. I think we do need to look at the washdown design, but particularly for if we're upgrading the facility or if it's getting increased use and its capacity to cope, it certainly does need looking at. So it's probably something we'd like to look at, say over the first quarter of the year, what revenue we are receiving, and probably bring it back as a future budget project. But yeah, it is certainly we do see the usage increasing out there, I would think.
Thank you. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, just a further question. I absolutely agree with the conversation being had. The signage for the wash, I feel like I've driven past that a gazillion times. I just don't know if there's actually at the sale yard signage that says there is a washdown facility here. I think maybe it's something that sale yards working group could respond to, but I can't remember seeing a sign, and I just think in light of the conversations that we've had, maybe people drive past there like I have and not know that their facilities are there. Councillor Henshin, do you know the answer to that question?
There was one previously, thank you, Councillor Shoemaker, through you, Mr Mayor. There was one, as in a washdown facility some years ago. It's been taken now that it's just general knowledge that all the transport operators and the people that frequent the Coolangatta sale yards know that is a washdown facility. So, but yes, you're right, there could be certainly room for improvement with some signage there. I think that could work hand in hand with this as we move forward in this facility. Can I just note there that 2021 was roughly each year was around that $7,000 mark on the fees that were charged then. There hasn't been, I have not had a conversation with an operator that's complaining about any of the fees, and as General Manager O'May has alluded to, I could expect, and I'll throw a figure out there, that revenue could raise quite easily to $15,000 under the current system. And if it went back to relative figures in 2021 and 1920, if you doubled those with the costing change at the moment and with those figures, that would take that to $15,000 revenue. With a $30,000 perhaps system there, that would be a no-brainer to install.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, so I'm probably going to put something forward after this one again, sorry, but are we happy to go to the vote on this? We'll get this one up. So it's recommended there that that be received and noted. So do we have a mover? Councillor Shoemaker, thank you. Second, Councillor Duff. If there's no further speakers, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour, carried unanimously. Thank you all. I think just in terms of the conversation about keeping this on the agenda, I'd like to put something to the committee that we put forward a motion. I'd like to move a motion that a report be brought to the February 2024 Liveability Standing Committee in relation to options and capital costs. 23, sorry. I'm a year behind, year ahead, aren't I, into the future. In relation to options and capital costs for the upgrade of the Coolangatta washdown facility, including consideration of a card-operated payment system. Yes, yes. Payment system. As part of the 23-24 budget deliberations. So what I'm proposing there is that we get on the front foot, we start considering this in February so that we can move that then roll that into our budget discussions between March and June for 23-24 capital. So I'll put that forward as a motion. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Potter. Speakers? No? Okay. Councillor Henson, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, just the one thing I need noted, and it's been mentioned before, that just the connectivity out there has been previously an issue, I believe. Is that, and that's something that's being worked on?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, no, we're comfortable we can come back through our internet system, so we can have it dedicated back through our internet system for the card reader, so we should be able to facilitate that at a relatively inexpensive. It's the general Wi-Fi, if you're trying to get it, would be an issue out there, but we would be able to get the card reader working back through our system.
Okay, further speakers? No, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour, carried unanimously. Thank you all. I think it's time we had lunch, so I'm going to move, Mr. CEO, that we adjourn for lunch. Seconded, Councillor Henson. Those in favour, carried unanimously. Thank you all. I'll now move that we resume the meeting. Seconded, Councillor Henson. Those in favour, carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, we're at item 13, committee, and the recommendation is that council considers the confidential reports listed below in a meeting closed to the public in accordance with section 254J of the Local Government Regulation 2012, 13.1, tender evaluation for the management and operation of the Wandai swimming pool under section 254J-G, as stated. 13.2, tender SBRC Q2122 _75, lease of shops Lamb Street, Mergen, considered confidential under section 254J-G as stated. 13.3, lease 66 and 68 Lamb Street, Mergen, considered to be confidential under section 254J-G as stated. And 13.4, approval to accept offers and enter into contracts for the sale of land considered to be confidential under section 254J-G of the Local Government Regulation as stated. Do we have a mover? Councillor Henson, thank you. Seconded, Councillor Shoemaker. Speakers? Those in favour? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, we'll now go into closed session. Okay, welcome back into open council. We now have 4 items to attend to. 13.1 is the first of those, a tender evaluation for the Wandai pool operation, where we have a recommendation that the committee recommend to council that South Bennett Regional Council award tender SBRC 21/22-16 to Natalie Mann as per their tender price submitted. Do we have a mover? Mover? Yep, Councillor Potter, thank you. Seconded, Councillor Erkins. Speakers? To the vote? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 13.2, lease of shop Lamb Street, Mergen. It's recommended that council, the committee recommends to council that South Bennett Regional Council, in accordance with section 2261 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, enter into a lease with the Cornerstone Christian Ministries Incorporated for part of Lot 1 on M55124, known as Shop 70, for a term of 12 months, with 4 options of 12 months for an annual rental of $10,400 plus GST, with fixed annual rental increases of 3%. And South Bennett Regional Council delegates to the Chief Executive Officer the power to negotiate, finalise and execute the lease between Council and the Cornerstone Christian Ministries Incorporated on terms and conditions as offered in tender SBRC Q2122_75, and that the Chief Executive Officer reasonably considers are satisfactory to council. Do we have a mover? Councillor Shoemaker, seconded Councillor Potter. Speakers? To the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 13.3. Lease 66 and 68 Lamb Street, Mergen. Recommended that the committee recommend to council that the South Bennett Regional Council, in accordance with section 2361A1 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, enter into a lease with Serendipity WA Proprietary Limited, trading as Advanced Personal Management, for part 1 of Lot 1 on M55124, known as Shop 66 and 68, for a term of 3 years for a rental amount of $35,000 per annum plus GST with an annual rental increase of 3%. South Bennett Regional Council provides 6 months rental free from the commencement of the lease, and South Bennett Regional Council delegates to the Chief Executive Officer the power to negotiate, finalise and execute the lease between Council and Serendipity WA Proprietary Limited, trading as Advanced Personal Management on terms and conditions that the Chief Executive Officer reasonably considers are satisfactory to Council. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, seconded Councillor Potter. Speakers? To the vote, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, 13.4, I'd like to move that the matter lay on the table until the August General Meeting of Council. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Henson. Go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. That now brings the meeting to a close. Thank you all for your attendance.